We are in a battle for the soul of this nation.
Everything we care about, our economy, our health, our children, it's all on the line.
But if Donald Trump is reelected, I believe he will forever and fundamentally alter the character of this nation.
America is crying out for leadership.
There's nothing we are unable to do. Nothing we've ever tried have we failed at.
We have to unify this country. We always do better when we act as one America.
Former Presidents Bill Clinton and Jimmy Carter, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Colin Powell, and Jill Biden are all speaking tonight in a coordinated effort to win your vote for Joe Biden. Good evening. This is live coverage of Night 2 of the Democratic National Convention from The Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. We'll bring you tonight's speeches and the roll call vote as the Democratic Party officially nominates Joe Biden to become the next president of the United States. It all starts in 1 hour. For now, we'll give you context and analysis to help you know what to listen for. With me tonight, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, national political reporters James Hohmann and Michael Shearer, and Karen Tumulty, columnist covering national politics. Welcome to you all. It's so good to see you all, at least virtually. A very different experience than roaming the convention center, but we're glad to at least be together virtually. Rhonda, I'd like to start with you. You know, the theme tonight is Leadership Matters. So what message do Democrats hope to send?
Well, I think Democrats are going to pick up where they left off last night, and they are building a coalition of voices to show America that it's us against Trump right now. You mentioned that former presidents Bill Clinton and Jimmy Carter are going to be a part of today's lineup. Bill Clinton, from the advanced copies that we've seen of his speech, he's not mincing words on how he feels about Trump's leadership style. There's also Sally Yates, who was the deputy AG, and she was among the very first to be fired in the Trump administration on her stance on the travel ban. She stuck to her position that it was unlawful, and she was fired for it. So I think Biden and the DNC, they want to bring home the point today to America that we are very different from what you've seen in the last 4 years.
Michael Shearer, give us a big picture of what this week is ultimately about. It is such a different convention, but Democrats are trying to use that as an opportunity to show a sense of sort of the sobriety when it comes to dealing with coronavirus. They're also trying to make this more dynamic and fast. What is this convention moment about for the Democrats?
It's still the same intent as if we were all gathered in Milwaukee with 30,000 screaming people in a single room. And that is twofold. One, to reach Americans who haven't been paying attention so far, who probably don't care much for politics and haven't fully made up their minds. These are the people who are probably tuning into having their broadcast television schedule interrupted in the 10 o'clock hour. And two, to really rally the base and get diehard Democrats excited. Conventions are always huge organizing opportunities. It's much harder this time. I mean, you've heard about these drive-in events they're doing in a few states. It's really piddling compared to what you would normally have, where you would have a week-long, basically, bacchanal with hundreds of parties and people meeting people they've never met before and getting excited in one single city and in one single room. But they're still trying to do that. There's, state by state Zoom parties for watching this. You saw some of the reaction shots last night, which they're going to continue doing. They have literally hundreds of live feed cameras going into the homes of delegates around the country so they can get reaction shots to try and recreate some sense of everyone being together. And then on top of that, most of the programming like we had last night, like tonight, will be rudimentary for those of us who have been deep in politics for a while, but probably pretty eye-opening for people who don't know Joe Biden well. They know the name, but not the story. And I think we'll hear a lot of that tonight.
I mean, Karen, going to a convention is a very different experience, and it's one that the delegates, really savor and enjoy. It's a chance for them to connect as well as represent and advocate for issues they believe in and candidates they believe in. For journalists and other people who go, it's also a very electrifying and exhausting experience. But these conventions are really done for the TV audience at home. Ultimately, that is who they're geared to. So what are you listening for this week in terms of the messaging and trying to use this opportunity, this remote viewing opportunity, to try to connect with the viewers?
Well, I think the measure of whether this is a successful convention is how many people actually turn it on and watch it. But I also think that it really has to have an arc. We saw last night that they essentially laid down their marker against Trump. But by the end of the week, they are going to have to make the case for Joe Biden. They are going to have to somehow convey his vision as well. Because as Michael said, there are a lot of people who they know Joe Biden's name, they know he was vice president, they really don't know that much about his story. And right now, Biden has got a pretty consistent lead in the polls, but a number of those people who are saying they are supporting him are kind of soft supporters, a lot of independent voters. And those are the people who are not only going to have to decide that they are uncomfortable with Donald Trump's leadership, but they are going to have to believe that they understand that, you know, if the country is in a dark place right now, Joe Biden really has to make the case that he can lead it into the light.
James Hohmann, you are in Wilmington, Delaware. I'd like to hear from you tonight what you anticipate the pivot to be towards. You know, we did hear an argument last night from the Democrats about sort of where they see the problems and what they want to improve on, but we do need to start hearing more about two people, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Yes. And so tomorrow night is Kamala Harris's big debut. The two main speeches tonight that we're really watching are Jill Biden, the first, future potential first lady, former second lady, and Bill Clinton. Now, in 2012, at the Democratic Convention in Charlotte, Bill Clinton was given plaudits as kind of the explainer in chief. He was able to kind of, at that convention, more effectively make the case for Barack Obama's reelection, who, of course, had supplanted his wife, Hillary Clinton, in 2008. And that was a big successful moment for him. He obviously comes into this convention with more baggage than he's had in the past in the wake of the Me Too era, but he's still one of the kind of the greatest orators of our generation. And, in the past, he's gone very long. He famously, he delivered the keynote speech at the 1988 convention. And it was so long when he was putting Michael Dukakis's name in nomination that when Bill Clinton said, in conclusion, the crowd cheered and roared uproariously. Now, this time is different because in the Zoom, virtual era, Bill Clinton has a very limited amount of time. He'll be cut off, it's pre-taped. And so that won't be a situation this time, but I think he's going to have to make that pivot that you're talking about. And we're also going to hear from more Republicans tonight. Cindy McCain has recorded a video highlighting Joe Biden's friendship with her husband. Colin Powell, the former Secretary of State and chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, endorsed Biden 2 months ago. He's going to deliver a speech tonight, and both of them are going to make the case. Cindy McCain's not endorsing because she wants to protect her son Jack's political ambitions. He hopes to run for Congress someday soon as a Republican in Arizona, so she's going to stop short of a full endorsement. But she is going to praise Biden and her husband's unlikely relationship with Biden. And Colin Powell is going to talk about how Biden's a decent guy, how he understands the world, how he has a good head on his shoulders, less kind of the going after Trump that we saw from Michelle Obama last night, who, ended her speech by saying, Joe's not perfect. He would be the first to admit that, but nobody's perfect, which was more of an indictment of Trump than an endorsement of Biden.
Well, let's go now to our colleague Hannah Jewell, who is in Wilmington, Delaware all week long. Hannah, today is an important day in history for American women.
That's right. It's a very important anniversary for all of American politics. It's the 100-year anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, which extended the right to vote to American women, in theory, if not in practice. As we know, it would be many more years before Black women, Native American women, Chinese American women would be able to vote, but it's an important anniversary nevertheless. It was the result of generations of women from all walks of life fighting for one thing in all different ways, from polite lobbying, having tea with Woodrow Wilson, to chaining yourself, well, not chaining yourself, but standing outside the White House and picketing it, which at the time was a very spicy thing to do. And it's something that I think about a lot while reporting on this anniversary, while being here at the DNC, or the placeholder DNC here in Wilmington, that not only would it have seemed crazy 100 years ago that there would be a vice president who was a woman potentially, but even the idea of women voting was horrifying to much of the American public 100 years ago. There were fears that women would forget their place in society if they could vote. They would neglect their child rearing duties and their house cleaning and their cooking. And there's many incredible images of political cartoons from that time showing men who are being forced to clean their own homes while their sort of brassy suffragist wives berate them. So although it's not until tomorrow that many prominent American or Democratic rather, political women will be speaking, the anniversary is today. So it's something to bear in mind while we watch tonight.
So, Hannah, last night President Trump teased that he'd be issuing a pardon today, and indeed he has pardoned Susan B. Anthony on this anniversary. What do you make of that?
That's right. She'll be very relieved, I'm sure. When he teased that pardon, in this Trump era, it could have been anybody. I don't think anyone would have guessed Susan B. Anthony. But it's funny that he picked to pardon her for her crime of, in 1872, voting when it was illegal for women to do so. She was fined $100, which she refused to pay, which is about $2,000 nowadays, so a pretty big chunk of change. And it's funny for a few reasons. One, she probably wouldn't want that pardon. I mean, we can't say what she would have wanted so long ago. But the point of getting arrested for a political purpose is to draw attention to a law that is unjust. She knows that she was breaking it. She was breaking it on purpose. It's not that she was, trying to get away with a crime. That's not how she might have framed it then. It's also an interesting choice because Susan B. Anthony is an icon for many conservative women's groups. She was very ardently anti-abortion. Her name has been taken up by conservative women's organizations. She also began her career as an abolitionist as well as a suffragist, but sort of ended it in some very uncomfortable racist territory. So a very interesting choice, and perhaps trying to appeal to those suburban women who Trump is looking to regain the attention of in this election cycle. But we'll see what he does tomorrow. But today was Susan B. Anthony's day. But back to you for now, Libby.
Thanks so much, Hannah Jewell, who literally wrote a book about women and women in history. So thank you, Hannah. Speaking of books, let's go back to Karen Tumulty. Karen, you've got a book coming out about Nancy Reagan, and it's interesting to hear you talk about first ladies because you've done so much research about first ladies. So I am wondering what you're going to be listening for from Jill Biden tonight. Someone who hopes to be the first lady, but also spent 8 years as the wife of the vice president of the United States. So she does have a sense of what this job means.
That's true. And the fact is that the country really doesn't know Jill Biden very well. When she was the vice president's wife, she continued to pursue her career as a teacher. She was a community college professor, and she'll be doing her program tonight, her statement from a classroom. But traditionally at conventions, the first ladies in waiting have two big jobs. One is to introduce themselves, but the other is to sort of humanize their husbands, to sort of open the window shades and give Americans a glimpse into this presidential candidate, this man, well, in one case a woman, but we even saw Bill Clinton doing this a bit 4 years ago. But essentially to sort of give you a sense of what kind of person this is, as in a way that really only a spouse can know them.
Michael Shear, since we're talking about sort of the role of women in history right now, even though we're not hearing from Kamala Harris herself till tomorrow night, we have you here tonight. And I do want to ask you about this piece that you wrote where you dug into the process that Joe Biden and his team went through to settle on Kamala Harris as his choice for his running mate. Here's the title of the story: Tough Questions, 11 Finalists, and Many Lawyers. So can you just tell us about the sort of how we got here at this moment?
It was, it's a funny process because it ended where everyone kind of expected it to end. If you were to bet at the beginning of the process who the most likely nominee is, your money was probably safest with Kamala Harris, and that's where he ended up. But along the way was pretty arduous for everyone involved. You started with more than 20 potential candidates, women from around the country, that they were each interviewed with the same questionnaire with questions like, what do you think Donald Trump's nickname for you would be? Those results were presented both to Jill and Joe Biden. Interesting that they both sat for that. And the list was narrowed down to 11. Now, for each of those 11 finalists, there was an interview with Joe Biden, but there was also a vetting with 12 to 15 lawyers assigned to each of those finalists to go through everything in their background, their financial issues, any issues with their spouse, speeches they've given, any public statement they've made over the years. To really try and uncover as many skeletons as possible before Joe Biden had to make a decision. And in the end, I think a lot of other things were happening during that period. You had the protests over George Floyd. You had Kamala Harris doing a lot of work to sort of unify support among a number of civil rights groups and Black groups that she wasn't able to win over during the primary. And he ended up going with her in the end.
Well, among the trailblazing political leaders expected to speak tonight is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She'll have to make the most of her limited time. Joyce Koh joins us live in Washington tonight with a preview of what we can expect from her speech. Joyce?
Yeah, Libby, AOC will be delivering one of two nominating speeches for Bernie Sanders tonight, but she will only be given 60 seconds to do so. This is an interesting move for the Democratic Party and one that has been highly criticized by progressives. AOC, of course, representing the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, and she is incredibly popular among younger voters, those voters that Joe Biden will need to do a lot of work to appeal to before November. AOC, just within the last 2 years that she's been serving in Congress, has continued to make a mark, and it will be interesting to see exactly what she says and makes of this 60 seconds tonight. She did address this in a tweet she sent out last week, quoting a Benjamin Mays poem saying in part, "Only a tiny little minute, but an eternity is in it," and really indicating that she did not choose this, but that she will make the most of the time that she is being given. Libby?
Well, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez backed Bernie Sanders in the primaries. So what has she been doing on the presidential campaign front since Sanders dropped out of the race?
Well, since Sanders dropped out of the race, AOC has really been working in new ways to be a surrogate for those ideas that she shares with Sanders. The Sanders-Biden campaigns created a unity task force which covers a bunch of different campaign issues, and AOC is a co-chair on the climate change task force. You'll remember Biden got the grade of an F from the progressive Sunrise Movement because his climate change did not go far enough, they said. But once AOC started working on this joint task force with Biden's campaign, they wrote out some new policy recommendations, a couple of them being elimination of carbon pollution from the electric sector by 2035 and the rejoining of the Paris Climate Accord. Once they rolled out those new policy recommendations, the Sunrise Movement said that they will now be campaigning for Joe Biden. So this really shows that Joe Biden has had given a seat to progressives at the table as far as climate change goes. I think the one big question will be whether or not he continues to give them sort of an influence over his side of things if he is to be elected in November. Libby?
Thanks so much, Joyce. Rhonda Colvin, the Democratic National Convention tonight will not have one featured keynote speaker in the way that we often see a breakout star emerge and the likes of a Barack Obama who's been watched, politically for years to come. Instead, they're going to have a whole bunch of emerging political players, a lot of speakers. Can you talk to us about the game plan, who we'll be hearing from and why?
Yeah, that's right. They are trying to showcase lesser known people or people who might be somewhat household names. Stacey Abrams comes to mind. We all know her from her run back in the midterm elections where she tried to become the governor of Georgia and lost that race. And she's been very, very active since then on the Democratic scene and on the voters' rights scene. So people like her will be heard from today. And You know, conventions historically are a pretty important part of a party's ability to showcase individuals who are just beginning their political careers. You'll remember, we all remember, well, most of us do, President Barack Obama, the first time when he spoke, and he gave a pretty electrifying speech, and everyone talked about it the next day. And then, you know, years later, he was president. So this is a night where the Democrats can start showing some of their younger rising stars.
Fantastic. James, let's talk more about that. Rhonda mentioned, of course, hearing from Stacey Abrams. We'll also hear, though, from Connor Lamb, who's a congressman up for a potentially tough re-election bid, also the Birmingham, Alabama mayor. What will you be listening for in this sort of grab bag? And what do you make of the decision by the Democrats to show a range of voices and not just focus on one this year?
They've tried this before, Libby, and I thought it was striking last night. I think, you know, obviously Michelle Obama sort of stole the show, but a lot of the regular voices, Kristen Urquiza, who talked about her dad dying of the coronavirus because, you know, she put it, his pre-existing condition was believing Donald Trump. You know, some of the other kind of regular Americans who spoke, I thought, you know, were much more compelling than Andrew Cuomo or Gretchen Whitmer, who sounded like politicians. And so with these young up and coming rising stars, you know, some state legislators, some mayors, some congressmen, you know, it's you don't get that much time. Obviously, we just talked about how AOC only gets 60 seconds, but most of the speakers are really only getting 1 or 2 minutes. And so it's kind of what idea can you leave and implant? How can you define yourself? And it's important because Joe Biden has described himself as a transitional figure. You know, he's 77 years old. He is not kind of the future of the Democratic Party. He is, you know, at best, it's present. And so this is to show that Democrats do have a bench. And I think last night we saw a lot of speakers who were minorities and women of color, and several of the keynote speakers are. And that's obviously going to continue to be a major emphasis of the convention, but it's also the future of the Democratic Party.
All right, well, you're watching live coverage from the Washington Post. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
I'm Lillian Cunningham, the creator and host of the Presidential Podcast. In 1976, Barbara Jordan became the first Black American and the first woman to give a keynote address at a national convention. She was a congresswoman from Texas, and she gave this powerful speech about equality and about the future of the nation.
We have a positive vision of the future, founded on the belief that the gap between the promise and reality of America can one day be finally closed. We believe that.
It launched her to national prominence as a political figure. And ever since then, the keynote address has tended to do that. We saw that with Mario Cuomo's speech in 1984, with Barack Obama's speech in 2004. The keynote is a signature moment where a young politician can have a breakout speech that launches them to a new level of prominence as a political figure.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. Night 2 of the Democratic National Convention gets underway shortly. With me tonight, Karen Tumulty, columnist covering national politics, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, national political reporters James Hohmann and Michael Shearer. Karen, you know, it's so interesting to look back at that history. I love hearing from Lillian Cunningham about the history of speakers at this convention. This can be an opportunity, a moment for the Democrats to show what they envision the future to be, not just in terms of who's going to become president, but who might take the lead. There has been criticism, though, that there's a lot of focus on Republicans this week, last night, and we'll see more tonight. There is not as much of a lineup of Latinx speakers. Now, Julian Castro not speaking, former presidential candidate. He was critical at first. He's now said that he is, feeling good about the fact that there is more diversity in the lineup this week.
Julian Castro, by the way, himself was a convention keynote speaker.
Right. Yeah, that's right. And that was a moment for him to show what a rising star he was, and he later became the HUD secretary under Obama.
That's right. I do wonder, though, if this is where we might feel the absence of the convention hall. I mean, I wonder if Barack Obama's speech would have been quite as electrifying if it had been done on pre-recorded video, as opposed to where you could just feel the rapture in the hall. And the other thing that if you have a convention keynote speaker who's too successful, and I'm thinking here of Mario Cuomo in 1984, you have people wondering, hey, why didn't that guy run for president? So, there have been a lot of electrifying, terrific keynotes, but there have also been a lot of very forgettable ones.
Let's talk about some of the highlights from last night. Rhonda Colvin, Michelle Obama certainly stole the show as the main speaker of the night. Not only did she get the most airtime, she closed things out, but she was also able to use that medium, which can be sort of awkward, of just speaking to the camera and not having that big crowd that Karen was just talking about. She used that to sort of, just talk to the viewer, talk directly to the viewer, and sort of a, hey, let's talk about where the country's going sort of moment. What stood out to you in her speech last night?
Yeah, I think that was actually part of it, that there wasn't a crowd, there wasn't applause, there weren't any breaks for any sort of clapping. It was just Michelle talking to the viewer at home. And she said, which a lot of people talked about this morning, that people who know her knows that she does not like politics. So it was a very intimate one-on-one. So I actually think it played better being in the taped way that it came across than had she been on a stage. It was very serious, especially toward the end when she told people that you need to go out right now and request your mail-in ballot, be ready to pack a lunch and, or a breakfast and a lunch, and be ready to stay there all day. You need to stick with this if you care about character in this country. So she really was speaking to people, not people who eat and breathe a lot of political news like we do, but people in America, average citizens who are worried about the Postal Service not working anymore, who are worried about the coronavirus. She was having a one-on-one conversation with them, and based on what you're seeing on Twitter and social media this morning throughout the day, I guess her speech it was pretty effective. And
it did get the attention of Donald Trump, who was trying to counter her today. Now, she only mentioned Donald Trump's name once in her speech last night, but that's all she needed to directly criticize the president and call for change. Let's listen.
So let me be as honest and clear as I possibly can. Donald Trump is the wrong president for our country. He has had more than enough time to prove that he can do the job, but he is clearly in over his head. He cannot meet this moment. He simply cannot be who we need him to be for us. It is what it is.
James Hohmann, hearing the ending there, it is what it is, a callback to words that President Trump himself uttered recently.
Yeah, and he was asked in an interview, about the coronavirus, and the president said, well, it's under control. And the interviewer said, more than 1,000 Americans are dying every single day. And that's when Trump said, yes, people are dying, but it is what it is. And what was striking, I think unintentionally, obviously, is the former First Lady recorded that speech before Kamala Harris was picked by Biden. And so in the speech, she said, more than 150,000 Americans have died. And the number is now about 170,000 since she recorded that video. And it is a reminder, this is hanging over everything. Obviously we're talking about the future of the party, but our country, is 30 million folks are out of work. We face this worst public health crisis in a century. And ultimately those are the stakes. And the word you used earlier was sobriety. And I think that's exactly kind of the tone of Michelle Obama's speech. And that particular format, I agree 100% with Karen that, Barack Obama wouldn't have had the breakout moment he did if he wasn't in the Fleet Center in 2004 in front of a crowd. But the kind of the straight to camera in a room by herself, not being interrupted by people cheering every 30 seconds, I thought made that speech much more effective and added that kind of dose of sobriety, to use your word.
And James, there was some irony there. President Trump criticizing Michelle Obama for pre-recording her speech, saying it was out of date, but it only calls attention to the fact that even more people have died from COVID-19 since she recorded that speech not that long ago. Something that certainly most Republicans would not want to be highlighting right now. Michael Shearer, before we let you go, you've been covering this presidential race so closely. What does Joe Biden need to do this week to go out of the convention successfully and launch himself onto the fall campaign trail?
I think he has to not mess anything up. I mean, he's clearly on track right now to a pretty good showing. We still have a long way to go, in 75 days or so after he's done. A lot can change. I think the speech on Thursday is going to matter a great deal, if only because what a lot of Americans have heard about him over the last several months is what President Trump has been saying about him, which is that he's a dotty old fool who doesn't know where he is. And I think if Joe Biden can sort of rise to the moment and give a cogent and clear declaration of what he's running for and who he's about, that will help propel him forward. I also think, there are very few moments Democrats will have in this presidential cycle to really own the news cycle. And you've seen the president doing everything he can over the last few days, pardoning Susan B. Anthony, traveling every day to a different swing state to give speeches, tweeting even while we've been talking about, who's on the convention lineup. But this is really a week for the Democrats to speak. And I think it's important for them to grab that moment. It may not be massive viewership, but it's one of the only times they will have, other than paid advertising in the swing states later this year, to really directly deliver their message to the American people. And I think no one can doubt at this moment that the Democrats know what they're running for and what they're running against. I think the message has been very clear from the Biden campaign since he won the nomination. It's been pretty clear last night. I think it'll be clear again tonight.
Michael Shearer, thank you so much. I'd like to thank you and Karen Tumulty, who are going to be taking your leave, but we've got the rest of our panel staying with us. Democrats sought to contrast President Trump's handling of the coronavirus with that of Joe Biden. And instead of relying on a famous figure or someone we all recognize, they chose a normal woman named Kristen Urquiza with a very personal loss. Let's listen.
My dad, Mark Anthony Urquiza, should be here today. But he isn't. He had faith in Donald Trump. He voted for him, listened to him, believed him and his mouthpieces when they said that coronavirus was under control and going to disappear. In late May, after the stay-at-home order was lifted in Arizona, my dad went to a karaoke bar with his friends. A few weeks later, he was put on a ventilator. And after 5 agonizing days, he died alone in the ICU, with a nurse holding his hand. My dad was a healthy 65-year-old. His only pre-existing condition was trusting Donald Trump, and for that, he paid with his life.
Memorable moments from last night's opening convention speeches. Rhonda Colvin, Democrats really trying to make that contrast there between what they would do and what President Trump has done. Do you expect to hear more, though, over the next couple of days of concrete plans? So much of the convention is about encouraging people, motivating people, but what about hearing about platforms and ideas?
Well, I think there will be a little bit of that. By hearing that woman's the story of her father and losing her father, that brought everything back to the place we are right now, which is we are still in a pandemic. So I think they may be taking the route of making personal stories more prominent than maybe policy and platform. So I think that could be a very effective way to reach the American people right now. We know back from 2016 that a lot of polling said that because Hillary Clinton could, name a lot of policy, talk foreign affairs, that didn't really reach a lot of average Americans who don't follow this day in, day out. But a story like we just heard from the young woman about her father, that will reach voters. That brings it all back home. And I think we'll just hear more of that in the days to come.
Part of what we'll see tonight is the actual nominating process, the roll call. Rhonda, this is part of sort of the pomp and circumstance, but it's what the delegates are there for. Democrats are going to do it pretty efficiently tonight.
Yeah, it'll be really efficient. It's always a fun part, though, when you watch these conventions every 4 years. It's a fun part to watch. You see each state leader say something clever to introduce the way that they are going to vote, and they might have a little bit of that, but of course you won't see or hear applause. There won't be, there's sometimes dancing and signs that you'll see. So we're losing out on a little bit of that fun on a convention floor, but they will keep it nice and tight because they will have to, since it's all virtual.
And also they want to keep the viewers watching. I mean, that is the big goal, keep the viewers tuned in. We'll bring it all live to Unite, live and uninterrupted. Let's return to Wilmington, Delaware, to my colleague Hannah Jewell. Hannah, the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment. I'm wondering from you, how does the suffrage movement of 100 years ago have echoes today?
Well, it has surprising echoes, right? This was a battle for suffrage, was played out along gender lines, but also along racial lines. So earlier today, I spoke to Dr. Glenda Glover, who is the international president of the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, of which Kamala Harris is a member. And I asked her about the history of this very historic black sorority that was really crucial in the suffrage movement in the 1910s. In 1913, they petitioned white suffragists such as Alice Paul to desegregate a march on Washington, a big parade that was meant to bring together women of all walks. And I asked Dr. Glover all about this. Let's take a look.
Alpha Kappa Alpha and Delta Sigma Theta were the two sororities at the time that I'm aware of that really worked hard in the suffrage movement. And what's so important about Alpha Kappa Alpha is that there was a person who was Mrs. Paul, who was over the march when they were the suffrage march, and Alpha Kappa Alpha wrote a letter to her and said they relegated all the black women to the back of the parade, to the back of the march. We said, we're just not going to do it. And so they wrote a letter twice. The letter's in the Library of Congress now, saying that to her. I mean, can you imagine these very young women, some of them, maybe even some teenagers, but young women in 1913, at that time, writing a letter to this young lady, to this lady saying, we're not going to be at the back of the parade. I mean, could have been considered almost crazy in that day. Almost 50 years later, then black women could vote. But that's the irony of it.
So then as Dr. Glover was saying, it was very young people who really pushed suffrage over the finish line, including these black sorority sisters who were standing up for themselves and trying to insert themselves into a conversation or to lead a conversation that sought to sideline them a lot of the time. There was a fear of alienating certain parts of the suffrage movement if black women were allowed to march. So in the end, actually, some black suffragists, such as Ida B. Wells, ended up breaking into the front of the march to march with their state delegations. So there are these echoes to today. Love history has a way of doing that. But back to you for now, Libby.
Great. Thanks so much, Hannah Jewell in Wilmington. Joining me now, Matt Viser, national political reporter, along with Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, and of course, national political reporter James Hohmann. Matt, let's start with you. Welcome to the broadcast. There are so many directions. I want to ask you a million questions because you've been covering Joe Biden so closely. But let's just start with tonight. Okay, so on night 2 of the convention, what does the Biden camp believe they need to do? What message do they need to send about who this man is?
I think there's still a feeling within the campaign of trying to tell a little bit about Joe Biden's life story. He's been in public life for almost 50 years, but there's still sort of relatively unknown aspects of him. And I think tonight you'll hear from Jill Biden, his wife, kind of talking about some of that and talking about some of the tragedy in his life and trying to connect that to the current turmoil in the country that is going on right now. And trying to showcase an empathetic sort of figure. And so I think that that's one thing that they're still trying to showcase is his life story. And we got a taste of that rather last night with the Amtrak Joe, him riding the Amtrak, and showcased a little bit of that as well. And then the other thing is the introduction to him tonight in the nomination. And the person that they chose is quite interesting. The woman, a security guard at the New York Times, who had this viral moment with Biden in an elevator when he went for his endorsement interview. He did not get that endorsement, but he did get the endorsement of this woman, an African-American woman who sort of had this viral moment with him. I was very excited to meet Joe Biden, and that's the type of people that I think the Biden campaign is trying to win over.
Matt, how is Joe Biden preparing for his speech Thursday night? What do you do with a speech that's going to be delivered in front of, no live audience, without that warmth and that energy that you get as a speaker from a dynamic listening audience?
It's so interesting because, Joe Biden has given so many speeches over his career. He's given eulogies, he's spoken about grief. He's given more Senate floor speeches than anybody can reasonably count. And this will be the most unusual speech he has ever given. One that he does not have a crowd to feed off of. I talked to one of his speechwriters the other day, and they're kind of thinking about that and thinking about that you can't really write applause lines into this kind of a speech. It's kind of a mixture of a celebratory moment. I mean, he's pursued the presidency 3 times. This is the first time he's gotten this far. And so there's a celebratory aspect of it, a sense of achievement, I think, but it's mixed with this moment in the country that is, kind of sobering for him. And as he tries to sort of capture that moment, he's been tapping a lot of his former speechwriters. He has a current speechwriter, and he has a series of advisors who've been with him, since his first race in 1972, who he's leaning on quite heavily to try to capture this moment. But as you point out, it's the most unusual moment, and he will, not have a crowd to feed off of, as he so often does.
James, let's go to James Hohmann to get you to weigh in here on the expectations tonight of this nominating process. It is going to be just really revealing the choice of who is going to be introducing Joe Biden. That detail of the security guard who supported Joe Biden, even if the New York Times wasn't going to give him the endorsement. What will you be listening for as part of this official process tonight, James?
Yeah, so Jacqueline Brittany, that was our colleague Annie Linsky's scoop that she will be putting his name in nomination. But we also, we expect surprises. That's what the convention organizers tell us to expect, the unexpected. They want to keep everyone engaged. They want to make it hard for the networks to cut away. And I think one of the things that'll be interesting is, obviously like 20 Democrats ran for president. We saw a few of them, but not all of them during that unity video last night. And they're from states all over the country. So we know Amy Klobuchar, for example, is going to speak for Minnesota and give her, the state's delegates to Biden. Obviously, her endorsement right before Super Tuesday was pivotal to Biden being able to win that state. And, I think you'll see some of the others maybe pop up in a surprise way. It obviously, as Rhonda was saying a minute ago, it's always kind of fun to watch. There's history to it. We can stop calling Biden the presumptive Democratic nominee, but I do think that there will be other surprising names and faces that pop up during that lightning round.
James, do you have a sense that Democrats learned anything from last night in terms of sort of what worked, what might not have worked so well?
Yeah, so the just under 20 million people watched on broadcast, and then another 10 million people watched at home. I think that the Democratic officials kind of, their goal was always to create viral moments, and they got a few of those. With the woman whose father died that we talked about, with the Michelle Obama speech. Some of the crowd shot cutaways were a little bit awkward. I think people didn't know that they were going to be on camera when they were going to be on camera, and there was a 1 or 2 second delay. So you would finish a speech and someone would just be sitting there, and then they'd realize that they should start clapping. I think that they've learned some lessons from that, so they're going to change things up. I think we'll have fewer kind of one-person reactions and more reaction shots where they show like 20 people on the screen, Brady Bunch style, where you see kind of a sea of people watching and reacting from around the country. So there definitely are going to be some adjustments. But the key, when you talk to convention organizers, and the executive producer, the guy who's organizing this, has done every Democratic convention since 1992. He wants it to feel spontaneous. He doesn't want it to just feel like pre-recorded videos, but they also don't want it, and this is in his words, to feel like a Zoom meeting where everyone is logging in. And that at some points last night, obviously certain parts were really powerful, but some parts did feel like a Zoom meeting. They're going to try to minimize that ethos as much as possible.
Well, this is live coverage from the Washington Post. The night 2 of the Democratic National Convention gets underway shortly. Stay with us.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
I'm Lillian Cunningham, the creator and host of the Presidential Podcast. In 1940, Eleanor Roosevelt was the first wife of a presidential candidate to speak at a convention. She was the wife of Franklin Roosevelt, who was running for his 3rd term, and in her speech, she gave the famous line, "This is no ordinary time." In this, like in many other things, Eleanor Roosevelt was a trailblazer for first ladies. Since her, Pat Nixon, Nancy Reagan, Barbara Bush, Elizabeth Dole, Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama, all of these women gave speeches at their husband's convention. So when we see Jill Biden giving her speech, let's remember that this comes in a long line that was started 80 years ago by Eleanor Roosevelt.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Night 2 of the Democratic National Convention gets underway in just a moment. Let's go back to Matt Viser. Matt, what is the role of Jill Biden in this moment? How is the Biden campaign hoping to deploy her tonight to connect with the viewers?
She has been an important force behind Biden for a long time, but is kind of been a little bit more of a visible top surrogate, particularly as the campaign has gone virtual. She's done a lot of fundraisers. She is, it's sort of odd to talk about a spouse as an advisor, but she is, and she's playing an interesting role, especially over the past couple of months, where Joe Biden was kind of on a rapid traveling schedule, and they were often separate. And now the two of them are at home, the two of them, and sort of spending a lot of time together. She played an instrumental role in his vice presidential selection process. There were briefings that were done with both of them, and she was often taking part in those. And I think tonight, as voters hear from her, the campaign is hoping that she brings kind of a humanizing aspect and kind of a way that she can help connect him to average people. She's going to be in a classroom where she used to teach. She has kept her job as a teacher throughout the years where she was second lady, and she hopes to do that if she is first lady, where she is still a teacher and connecting to average people. So I think that that's a little bit of the role that she may play tonight is in talking about her husband, again, and focusing on some of the tragedies that they've experienced, but also, some of the hopeful aspects to it, and sort of bouncing back from negative situations, which is kind of embodied through the campaign, in part because Biden himself sort of bounced back from a very dismal start to this Democratic presidential primary process.
The theme of resilience, both in this campaign over the last year as well as in his life. Let's go back to Joyce Koh, who's live in front of the White House. Now, Joyce, you're in front of the White House. It's there behind you, but that's not where we've been seeing much of President Trump this week. He's been traveling for campaign events across the country. So, Joyce, catch us up on what the president has been doing.
Well, Libby, yesterday the president was in Minnesota and Wisconsin, those two battleground states. The latter is where the Democrats would have been this week had it not been for the coronavirus. One thing to note about President Trump is that he loves to try and upstage the Democrats. We saw this all throughout the primary process, is how he would schedule his rallies around where the Democrats would be. We saw this when he had that big rally in Des Moines, Iowa, back at the end of January, right before the First in the Nation caucuses. He also did this in New Hampshire, having a rally in Manchester, New Hampshire, just a day before the primaries there. And he also did this in Las Vegas just before the Nevada caucuses. So this is something that I think we can continue to expect to see out of President Trump. Today, he was in the state of Iowa being briefed by their governor on the storm damage there. And then he moved down to Arizona. He had a rally in Yuma, Arizona just a couple of hours ago. Here's a little bit of what he had to say at that rally about the DNC last night. Take a listen.
At last night's Democrat convention, which, by the way, got very bad ratings, I have to tell you. Unity. They talk about unity. They want to bring unity, and then you listen to Michelle Obama's speech, which was obsolete by the time it got there. She taped it. No, she taped the speech. It was obsolete. She must have taped it about 3 weeks before. She couldn't even, look, number one, I'd like to tape, maybe I'll tape, I'm speaking next Thursday, maybe I'll tape it, but I don't think that goes. That's so much nicer to tape it. You do it, nice air-conditioned room. She not only taped it, but tell me, when you hear a divisive speech, you know, they talk about me as being a divider. I'm not a divider. I bring people together.
Now, on Thursday night, the last night of the Democratic convention, on the night that Joe Biden will be officially accepting his nomination as the Democratic candidate, President Trump will be in a town right outside of Scranton, Pennsylvania. Of course, Scranton being the hometown of Joe Biden. Libby?
Joyce Koh, thank you so much. Looking at what is on the roster for tonight, the themes that Democrats hope to hit, they include things like "We Lead" from the Oval Office, talking about the leader that we need. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin to talk more about the themes that the Democrats hope to hit. We'll be hearing from former presidents who will talk about their leadership, but you've mentioned, Rhonda, also Sally Yates, someone who may talk about Joe Biden. She could also talk about Donald Trump.
That's right. As I mentioned earlier in the show, she was among the very first to be fired in the Trump administration for sticking to her stance on the fact that Trump's travel ban was unlawful. That's what she believed, and he fired her for it. So you're going to hear about that potentially, because immigration, too, is another big part of the Democrats' platform usually, and I think they'll want to also touch on that, if not today, at some point this week, because that is going to be another big driver to the polls. I think we've talked about Jill Biden, and I really think that that's going to be a very similar approach that Mrs. Obama had yesterday. It's going to be intimate. I think we've all become aware of how noble teachers are right now. That career is very noble, and I think she's going to be able to relate to a lot of parents at home as well, looking at her expected comments. So I think overall they are, as I said in the beginning of the show, going to continue to push this idea to the American people that it's us against Donald Trump, and they're going to, and we also mentioned Colin Powell will be a part of tonight's lineup as well. So it seems like a broadcast of characters that we're going to hear from, but it'll be pretty much the same message, that we're building a coalition against Trump.
And Rhonda, Colin Powell speaking in the section about national security, and Sally Yates speaking in a section called "We Respect the Constitution." Also, some talk about health care tonight, something else pivotal in this campaign, Rhonda.
That's so true. And I remember when Joe Biden was physically on the trail, when I covered him, that was really something that voters talked about, that was the reason that they were attracted to Joe Biden. He has that connection on health care. He talked about it a lot in his speeches as being part of his overall brand as a politician, that he believes in health care. We know about the moonshot with cancer. That was an initiative he had when he was in the Obama administration. And of course, his son Beau did pass away from cancer as well. So health care is something that he brings up from a personal perspective, and that's something he probably will also touch on when we do hear from him.
All right, Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much. Let's go back to Matt Viser, who's been covering this campaign so closely. Matt, just give us a sense, like a peek behind the curtain, of how a national political reporter covers this race amid a pandemic.
It's been unusual. I mean, I alluded to earlier to Biden traveling at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and the rest of us were too, sort of following him and all of the Democratic primary candidates around the country. And that's all sort of halted. My colleague Amy Linsky is up in Wilmington, Delaware right now, but there are very few actual events to go to. So most of it is watching on Zoom, as Biden kind of undergoes an unusual campaign. It's making calls to his advisors, and they too are all spread around the country and have been in various locations, not at their campaign headquarters in Philadelphia. So it's been a very unusual campaign, and you miss a little bit of the spontaneous events and the unexpected nature that happens when you're following someone around the country. And instead, there are some unexpected aspects to it, but a lot of it is scripted. And you're seeing that a little bit in the convention. I mean, there are some unscripted moments, there are some surprises, but a lot of it has been sort of well thought out and planned out. And it can sometimes lack a little bit of the spontaneity, the way that the campaign in general does.
You know, Matt, it seems like a trade-off to have spontaneity and then potentially awkwardness if you're doing this all, as a live broadcasting. We saw some moments like that last night where you went to live speakers and maybe they weren't hitting their cue quite right. There was a delay. The stuff that was pre-recorded had that polished look. Of course, you're going to hit your marks if it's pre-recorded. So Democrats have got to be weighing, how do you seem authentic while at the same time not losing viewers because of glitches?
Yeah, and I think that is a concern, and I think that they've planned out a lot of it, and there's a lot that does seem quite polished, and the pre-recorded pieces that they've done are sort of well thought out, and they look well thought out. But as you point out, there are other glitches, and it's hard to sort of fully fault them for it. But I mean, it does come across in this sort of big national kind of moment where the country's tuning in, and I think people do notice that. I think the other aspect in covering past conventions, there is dead time. You're waiting for a speaker to leave the stage and another speaker to come in. That's kind of eliminated from this, and so it does have that sort of rapid fire kind of thing where there's not breaks. So as a viewer, you're sort of watching for sort of 2 hours straight, and there are some things where you can take a mental break, but it is like kind of one thing after another, and not too many commercial breaks for people to sort of get up and leave the room if you're really trying to tune in closely.
James Hohmann, let's go to you to talk about how you're reporting this from Delaware. I also want to ask you about some of the other things that are happening this week, but how are you managing to report? How are you getting scoops and getting inside information in such a different environment?
Well, it's funny, our DNC press credentials to get inside the perimeter of the Chase Center, which is where the speeches tomorrow night and Thursday night will be, are the ones that they had prepared for Milwaukee. So there's a picture of the Milwaukee Art Museum on the front of the DNC press credential. A lot of the Biden high command is here. A lot of people are hanging around the Hotel DuPont. Biden's house is a couple miles from here. There are other events. Jill Biden went and did a little press availability at the school where she's going to speak tonight earlier. And so people are sort of around. Normally it's kind of easy to grab people. I remember in 2016 hanging out at the hotel where all the Hillary Clinton staff was staying, and you could kind of just walk up to Clinton staffers in the lobby and strike up conversations with them, maybe get some people who don't always immediately return your calls to kind of talk a little bit about their theory of the case and the campaign. It's a little harder this time. On the other hand, normally Matt's absolutely right, but people are kind of more captive audiences. You're not going to catch them when they're on an airplane right now, and so in some ways easier to get sources on the phone now than in kind of the before times.
We're just about 2 minutes away from the Democratic National Convention starting this night too. But James, I do want to point out that Throughout the day-to-day, there are still the events in the roster that we would always see at a Democratic National Convention. We see the Rural Caucus meeting, the Seniors Council meeting, the Muslim Delegates Assembly, the LGBTQ Caucus meeting. So how are these events taking place, and how is the DNC bringing together these coalitions that are vital to their success?
Yeah, Libby, this is, one of the two main functions of a convention is kind of persuasion, but then also mobilization and organization. And that's what those are really about. And it's a way of making people feel engaged so that you're not just kind of talking at them during the 2 hours of primetime programming, but that you're speaking to them and bringing them in. You're maybe giving platforms to people who in a condensed big stage convention aren't getting platforms, who might normally get 5 minutes to talk at 6 p.m. on the main stage in Milwaukee. And so these are the ways that a lot of people, it's the themes that you just talked about, those various constituencies, but also states. So every state is having breakout sessions, kind of places for people to, have virtual watch parties, to hear from their kind of state level politicians. And a lot of, normally at a big national normal convention, the big stars would go to the breakfasts. Every state delegation has a breakfast every morning. And so now they've kind of substituted for that by having someone like Susan Rice, who got passed over for VP, speak to a Zoom meeting of Maine Democrats, for example. And so you're seeing a lot of that kind of stuff that is still going on. We have all the logins, we're still watching them.
All right, James Hohmann, thank you so much. Well, I want to thank all of our Washington Post colleagues for joining us this evening. Night 2 of the Democratic National Convention begins now. We'll be back with you afterwards for analysis from the Washington Post newsroom.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation.
one nation,
One nation. One nation.
under God,
Indivisible.
with liberty and justice for all.
My fellow Americans, this is my country. Many of us have fought hard for the right to say that. Many are now struggling today from the Harlem to Da Nang so that they may say this with conviction. This is our country.
We are a people in a quandary about the present. We are a people in search of our future.
We must make the American people hear our tale of two cities. We must convince them that we don't have to settle for two cities, that we can have one city, indivisible, shining for all of its people.
If you give us a chance, we can perform. After all, Ginger Rogers did everything that Fred Astaire did. She just did it backwards and in high heels.
There is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America. There is not a black America and a white America and Latino America and Asian America. There's the United States of America.
The American dream is not a sprint or even a marathon, but a relay. Our families don't always cross the finish line in the span of one generation, but each generation passes on to the next the fruits of their labor.
We are one people, all of us pledging allegiance to the Stars and Stripes, all of us defending the United States of America.
Welcome to the second night of the Democratic National Convention.
This is a different kind of convention.
Look at the camera and smile.
And this
is a different kind of keynote.
is a different kind of keynote.
This year,
all of us are on stage, and we've got a lot to say.
Let's get real. There's a lot riding
on this election.
When we're facing the biggest economic and health crisis in generations, because our president didn't and still doesn't have a plan.
When doctors, nurses, and home health care aides in Philadelphia have to risk their own lives to protect others because there's not enough protective equipment.
When factory workers in Ohio are faced with dangerous conditions because this administration hasn't given clear guidance on how to protect our people.
When teachers in Gwinnett County, Georgia, and across the country are being asked to return to the classroom without a plan to keep them safe, and parents are exhausted juggling full-time work and full-time childcare.
And visiting our parents and grandparents through the window of a nursing home, worrying all the time that they'll get sick.
When unemployment in North Charleston, South Carolina, a city I represent, has risen nearly fourfold, and evictions are putting families out on the street in the middle of a pandemic.
Make no mistake, it didn't have to be this bad. In the early days of the virus, Donald Trump didn't listen to the experts. And then he said something that a president should never say.
He said, "I don't take responsibility at all."
No responsibility.
No leadership.
No plan.
He still doesn't have a plan.
Donald Trump just doesn't understand. We can't fix our economy until we get a hold of the virus.
While working families are struggling, he's looking out for the people who are already doing just fine. The wealthy, the big corporations, the donors to his campaign.
He's looking out for himself.
But there's one person who's looking out for us.
All of us.
And that's Joe Biden.
Joe called it. We are in a battle for the soul of our nation.
But Joe knows we can never let hard times turn us against each other.
And we can never stop doing the hard work to make things right.
That's why we ran for office.
Even when people counted us out.
Even when there had never been a Latina in the Nevada State Senate.
Or a Democrat elected as Florida Commissioner of Agriculture in nearly 3 decades.
Or an openly gay man in the Georgia state legislature.
When Birmingham hadn't had a mayor this young in 120 years.
We ran for office because we know the struggles American families are facing. Because we've lived them.
We've lived the insecurity and the indignity of an eviction notice.
I, like many of you, have lived the frustration of paying off student loans. We have lived the grief of losing loved ones to gun violence and the criminal justice system that unfairly targets our communities.
We have lived that feeling of helplessness when someone you love is very sick and access to healthcare is a matter of life and death.
By the way, Joe Biden has lived a lot of this too.
He was raised in a middle-class family in Scranton, Pennsylvania and Claymont, Delaware.
He watched his dad look for work and learned that a job is about so much more than a paycheck. It's about dignity and respect.
He was sworn into office from the hospital room of his 2 young sons after a car crash killed his wife and infant daughter.
He knows what it's like to thank God you have health care.
He knows what it's like to work hard for everything you've got.
He knows what it's like to send a child off to war.
And he'll never forget who he's fighting for.
I look around my district in North Texas, and I see the people who built this country. The educators, like the single mom who raised me. The men and women on the front lines of our healthcare system. You built this country.
Small business owners, like the ones whose shops and restaurants line the streets of Birmingham, Michigan.
Charleston, South Carolina.
Of tribal nations.
Line the streets of Philadelphia and bring our communities to life. You built this country.
The nurses in Memphis who came out of retirement to treat patients during this pandemic. You built this country.
And you know what? You deserve more than the constant chaos that Donald Trump delivers.
You deserve health care you can afford, a job that pays you fairly. You deserve child care and paid sick leave while you work. And when you pay into Social Security and Medicare, you deserve to know it will be there when you retire.
And that's why we ran.
And thanks to the voters across the country in both red states and blue states,
we won.
A new generation of leaders is rising up.
And with Joe Biden in the White House, there's no limit to what we can do.
In Nevada, we're making drug prices more transparent. So people with chronic illnesses won't go broke while drug companies get rich.
Joe's working to protect and expand the Affordable Care Act. He'll make sure millions of people keep their coverage and no one can be denied for a pre-existing condition. He'll bring down the cost of health care and prescription drugs too, giving tax credits to working families and allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices.
That's a big effing deal.
That's a big effing deal.
Because Joe knows we can't have a healthy economy if people can't afford health care.
But let's remember, Donald Trump is suing to take health care coverage away from more than 20 million Americans and eliminate protections for over 100 million with pre-existing conditions.
In the middle of a pandemic.
In Texas, we're standing up for fierce women like my mom and my tias who raised me to never back down from a tough fight. So we're fighting to make sure that mothers have access to health screenings for safe pregnancies and childbirth. And we're bringing long overdue justice to survivors of sexual assault.
Joe Biden has been fighting for women his entire career. As senator, he authored the Violence Against Women Act. And as president, he'll restore funding for Planned Parenthood. He will codify Roe v. Wade and make reducing maternal mortality, especially for women of color, a top priority.
In Florida, on the front lines of our climate crisis, we're working to produce more renewable energy and shrink our carbon footprint.
Joe has a major plan to invest in clean energy, jobs, and infrastructure.
In the House of Representatives, we're closing loopholes to ensure local infrastructure projects use American-made materials and local labor and support American manufacturing.
Unlike Donald Trump, Joe Biden will actually enforce Buy American rules, investing in American-made clean energy, building materials, high-tech equipment, and R&D, all creating more good jobs.
In Michigan, we're banning business practices that have exploited workers and cost them hundreds of millions of dollars in lost wages.
When unemployment is the highest rate since the Great Depression, when millions of people have seen their hours and pay slash, Joe knows it's not enough to rebuild the economy the way it was before. We've got to build it back better.
He'll build an economy that rewards work, not wealth, and get rid of the Trump tax cuts that only benefit big corporations and the rich. And then he'll invest in healthcare, education, and infrastructure, and in getting small businesses up and running again.
Take it from me, when you're in the trenches, you want Joe Biden right there next to you.
When I wanted to marry the man I loved, Joe Biden was the first national figure to support me and my family.
Appreciate you, man.
When the auto industry was going under, Joe stuck his neck out to protect it and helped save 1.5 million auto jobs.
When our economy was on the brink, Joe led the recovery effort that created millions of jobs, including here in Western Pennsylvania. Under his leadership, America bounced back with the longest economic expansion in history.
You know, the one Trump brags about creating?
That's what happens when Joe Biden is in your corner. Working families get a fair shot.
He understands that leadership means fighting for the people who built this country. All of you.
All of us.
This nation belongs to all of us. And in every election, we choose how we will create a more perfect union. Not by taking sides, but by taking stock of where we are and what we need. This year's choice could not be more clear. America faces a triple threat: a public health catastrophe, an economic collapse, and a reckoning with racial justice and inequality. So our choice is clear: a steady, experienced public servant who can lead us out of this crisis just like he's done before, or a man who only knows how to deny and distract, a leader who cares about our families, or a president who only cares about himself. We know Joe Biden. America, we need Joe Biden. To make your voice heard, text VOTE to 30330. In a democracy, we do not elect saviors. We cast our ballots for those who see our struggles and pledge to serve, who hear our dreams and work to make them real, who defend our way of life by protecting our right to vote. Faced with a president of cowardice, Joe Biden is a man of proven courage. He will restore our moral compass by confronting our challenges, not by hiding from them or undermining our elections to keep his job. In a time of voter suppression at home and authoritarians abroad, Joe Biden will be a champion for free and fair elections, for a public health system that keeps us safe, for an economy that we build back better than before, and for accountability and integrity in our system of justice. We stand with Joe Biden because this isn't just about defeating Donald Trump. We are in this to win for America. So let's get it done.
Hello, I'm Tracy Ellis Ross, and how exciting to hear from young elected leaders from across the country. A perfect way to begin night 2 of the Democratic National Convention, Uniting America. Tonight is all about leadership. This unprecedented moment calls for leadership, steady, inclusive leadership, driven by people who understand that our democracy is based on the value of each and every one of us being treated with dignity and respect. Leaders who respond to the needs of hardworking Americans who, right this minute, are unable to pay rent, put food on the table, and keep their loved ones safe. As a Black woman, I find myself at a crucial intersection in American politics. For far too long, Black female leadership in this country has been utilized without being acknowledged or valued. But we are turning the tide. Hello, Kamala. Her nomination is historic for anyone who believes in we the people. Like Senator Harris and many we saw in the keynote, today's leaders emerge from communities that have long been underrepresented. They're charting new paths in the spirit of Shirley Chisholm, Charlotta Bass, Fannie Lou Hamer, and John Lewis. They get in good trouble, necessary trouble. They call things out otherwise ignored, elevating our nation and changing the course of our lives for the better. With every vote we cast for forward-thinking, honest leaders, we chip away at ingrained systems of inequity, and we bend the arc of justice. True leaders make sure that policy is informed by all of us, bridging our burdened past to a safe, equitable, and even joyful future. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are that bridge, heeding voices from within the movement for racial justice, listening to the people, and acting with empathy and compassion to reflect our shared humanity. Tonight, we'll hear from a number of American leaders, including former acting U.S. Attorney General Sally Yates, who refused to defend an unconstitutional travel ban and paid for it with her job.
The threat to this nation, to our democracy, is real. It's clear and it's present. You've watched the president now for 3 years. Look at what he's doing. Instilling fear. I mean, not joking, instilling fear. Sowing division, stoking racial division. Undercutting every institution that was designed to check the abuse of power by the president or anyone else. All this for what reason? All this in order to solidify his base and expand his power.
Good evening. I'm Sally Yates. Speaking at a political convention is something I never expected to be doing, but the future of our democracy is at stake. I'm here in my hometown of Atlanta, where as a young lawyer, I joined our nation's Justice Department. For nearly 30 years, through Democratic and Republican administrations, I worked alongside my DOJ colleagues to advance our nation's promise of equal justice. I served as Deputy Attorney General in the Obama-Biden administration and stayed on as Acting Attorney General for the Trump transition. Then, 10 days in, I was fired for refusing to defend President Trump's shameful and unlawful Muslim travel ban. That was the start of his relentless attacks on our democratic institutions and countless dedicated public servants. Like me, these officials didn't swear an oath to a person or a party. Public servants promised to defend our Constitution, uphold our laws, and work on behalf of the American people. But from the moment President Trump took office, he's used his position to benefit himself rather than our country. He's trampled the rule of law, trying to weaponize our Justice Department to attack his enemies and protect his friends. Rather than standing up to Vladimir Putin, he fawns over a dictator who is still trying to interfere in our elections. He's even trying to sabotage our postal service to keep people from being able to vote. His constant attacks on the FBI, the Free Press, inspectors general, federal judges, they all have one purpose: to remove any check on his abuse of power. Put simply, he treats our country like it's his family business, this time bankrupting our nation's moral authority at home and abroad. But our country doesn't belong to him. It belongs to all of us. Joe Biden embraces that. He has spent his entire life putting our country first. He has never backed down from a challenge or a bully. He summons the best in us and lives by the values that define us as Americans: service, integrity, courage, compassion. There are countless stories of Joe Biden reaching out to someone in their moment of need. Well, this is our country's moment of need. We need a president who respects our laws and the privilege of public service, who reflects our values and cares about our people. We need a president who will restore the soul of America. We need Joe Biden.
Over the last 4 years, we have experienced failed leadership under Donald J. Trump.
We've had to deal with this insanity.
I've watched our country deteriorate.
The cover-ups, the lying, the favoritism.
The disregard for the Constitution.
Donald Trump has failed America.
It is time for us to reclaim our constitutional and democratic values.
We need to prove to the world, and most importantly, prove to ourselves that we are better than this.
We need an experienced leader. A leader that has passion, integrity, and strategic leadership skills.
And his name is Joe Biden.
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden is that leader.
And he really wants the best for this country.
He understands and respects our democracy, the rule of law, and the U.S. Constitution.
He will move toward creating a more perfect union.
Hi, this is Senator Chuck Schumer, Democratic leader from my hometown, Brooklyn, New York. Behind me is a sight I see out of my window every night, the Statue of Liberty, the same sight that greeted hopeful immigrants like my grandparents, a symbol of freedom and a beacon of hope to the world. Today, Donald Trump has divided our country, diminished our greatness, and demeaned everything that this statue represents. He even hid in a bunker as Americans were tear-gassed and beaten. Millions are jobless. 170,000 Americans have died from COVID. And Donald Trump says it is what it is. Presidents should never say it is what it is. President Lincoln, honoring the great sacrifice at Gettysburg, didn't say it is what it is. President Roosevelt, seeing a third of the nation ill-housed, ill-clad, and ill-nourished, didn't say it is what it is. America, Donald Trump has quit on you. We need a president with dignity, integrity, and the experience to lead us out of this crisis. A man with a steady hand and a big heart who will never, ever quit on America. That man is my friend, Joe Biden. He will be a great president. But if we're going to win this battle for the soul of our nation, Joe can't do it alone. Democrats must take back the Senate. We will stay united, from Sanders and Warren to Manchin and Warner. And with our unity, we will bring bold and dramatic change to our country. Let me tell you some of the things we do. With President Biden, Vice President Harris, and a Democratic majority, we will make health care affordable for all. We'll undo the vicious inequality of income and wealth that has plagued America for far too long, and we'll take strong, decisive action to combat climate change and save the planet. We will protect voting rights, fight systemic racism in the criminal justice system and in our economy, and restore a Supreme Court that looks out for people, not corporations. We'll rebuild our infrastructure and make sure every home, from inner city to rural America, has broadband. We will save the post office and once and for all defeat COVID-19, this evil disease. And, beckoned by the lady behind us, we will reform our immigration system so that immigrants yearning to breathe free will at last become American citizens. Together, we can reignite the hope once felt by millions of men and women, huddled masses on creaking ships, who glimpsed this mighty woman with her torch, knowing they could build a better life here in America. And out of this long national nightmare, America will finally awaken to a brighter future and a new day.
Senator Chuck Schumer reminding us that leadership requires integrity and accountability. Real leaders don't ask what we can do for them, they ask what they can do for us. In a minute, we will hear from two former presidents, and they're going to speak to that. But first, here are Caroline Kennedy and her son, Jack Schlossberg.
60 years ago, in a crowded LA stadium, my father accepted the Democratic nomination for president. He challenged Americans to look to the future and join him on a journey toward a new frontier.
It was a call to the young at heart, regardless of age or party. Times have changed, but the themes of my grandfather's speech, courage, unity, and patriotism, are as important today as they were in 1960. And once again, we need a leader who believes America's best days are yet to come. We need Joe Biden.
I've admired Joe Biden since I was a Senate intern in 1974. He shared my Uncle Teddy's commitment to civil rights, women's rights, and working families. He was a senator who cared, who led, who inspired. That's why I helped choose him to be Barack Obama's running mate in 2008. When I was U.S. Ambassador to Japan, I got to see Vice President Biden in action. He stepped off Air Force Two wearing his aviator glasses and a big smile, radiating American optimism and generosity. I saw a leader who was tough but fair, who commanded the trust and respect of other nations, and who always put America's interests first. Joe Biden's lifetime of public service reflects his unwavering commitment to our highest ideals.
In this election, our future is on the ballot. For my generation, it will define the rest of our lives. We need to tackle climate change. We need to end systemic racial injustice. We need to make healthcare available for everybody, and we need to rebuild an economy that helps working families. We can do this. We can reach these new frontiers, but only with a president who asks what he can do for our country and what together we can do to build a better world. It's up to us. Let's get it done. Let's elect Joe Biden, the next president of the United States.
It's a great pleasure for Jimmy and me to join you in celebrating our next president of the United States, Joe Biden. We've known and admired Joe and Jill for many years, and most recently, I've worked with them on tackling the demands faced by the more than 53 million unpaid caregivers in our country who are juggling work and other family responsibilities and putting their own physical and mental health and well-being at risk. Joe knows well, too well, the sorrows and struggles of being a family caregiver. From Joe's time as a young widower, thrust into single parenthood with a demanding job, to he and Jill caring for their own parents and their son Bo at the end of their lives. He knows caregiving is hard, even on the good days. Jill and I also know the challenges of caregiving for those who served in the military and returned with visible and invisible wounds. And we know those caregivers need a leader in the White House. Jimmy and I are voting for Joe because he recognizes the challenges facing our families and has the heart and the talent to make life better for all Americans.
When I ran for president in 1976, Joe Biden was my first and most effective supporter in the Senate. For decades, he has been my loyal and dedicated friend. Joe has the experience, character, and decency to bring us together and restore America's greatness. We deserve a person with integrity and judgment, someone who is honest and fair, someone who is committed to what is best for the American people. Joe is that kind of leader, and he is the right person for this moment in our nation's history. He understands that honesty and dignity are essential traits that determine not only our vision, but our actions. More than ever, that's what we need. During these uncertain times, Joe Biden realizes that many American lives can be saved each day through the use of masks and testing as recommended by our medical experts. Joe Biden must be our next president.
Good evening. A presidential election is the world's most important job interview. At the end, we hire a leader to help us solve problems, create opportunities, and give our kids better tomorrows. That's a tall order this year, with the COVID-19 outbreak on a path to killing 200,000 people and destroying millions of jobs and small businesses. How did Donald Trump respond? At first, he said the virus was under control and would soon disappear. When it didn't, he was on TV every day bragging on what a great job he was doing, while our scientists waited to give us vital information. When he didn't like the expert advice he was given, he ignored it. Only when COVID exploded in even more states did he encourage people to wear masks. By then, many more were dying. When asked about the surge in deaths, he shrugged and said, "It is what it is." But did it have to be this way? No. COVID hit us much harder than it had to. We have just 4% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's COVID cases. Our unemployment rate is more than twice as high as South Korea's, 2.5 times the United Kingdom's, more than 3 times Japan's. Donald Trump says we're leading the world. Well, we are the only major industrial economy to have its unemployment rate tripled. At a time like this, the Oval Office should be a command center. Instead, it's a storm center. There's only chaos. Just one thing never changes: his determination to deny responsibility and shift the blame. The buck never stops there. Now you have to decide whether to renew his contract or hire someone else. If you want a president who defines the job as spending hours a day watching TV and zapping people on social media, he's your man. Denying, distracting, and demeaning works great if you're trying to entertain or inflame. But in a real crisis, it collapses like a house of cards. COVID just doesn't respond to any of that. To beat it, you've got to actually go to work and deal with the facts. Our party is united in offering you a very different choice: a go-to-work president, a down-to-earth, get-the-job-done guy, a man with a mission to take responsibility, not shift the blame, concentrate, not distract, unite, not divide. Our choice is Joe Biden. Joe helped bring us back from a recession before, and he can do it again. In 2009, Barack Obama and Joe Biden started with the worst economy since the Great Depression. And when they were done, they delivered more than 6 straight years of job growth. What did Joe do? He accepted responsibility for implementing the Recovery Act. His work created a lot of new jobs and started many new companies in communities across our country. Now Joe's committed to building America back again. How? He's given us smart, detailed plans to invest in areas vital to our future: innovative financing for modern factories and small businesses, good jobs in green energy and conservation to combat climate change, a modern infrastructure that brings small town and rural America the connectivity and investment others take for granted, and a plan to ensure that Black Americans, Latino Americans, Native Americans, women, immigrants, and other communities left behind are full participants in our economy and our society. Joe Biden wants to build an economy far better suited to our changing world. Better for young people, better for families working and raising their kids, better for people who lost jobs and need new ones, better for farmers tired of being collateral damage in trade wars, better for workers caring for the sick, elderly, and people with disabilities, better because of a living wage and access to affordable higher education and health care, including prescription drugs, and to child care, a secure retirement, and for the first time, paid family and medical leave. Joe won't just put his signature on a check and try to fool you into thinking it came from him. He'll work to make sure that your paycheck reflects your contribution to and your stake in a growing economy. In this job interview, the difference is stark. You know what Donald Trump will do with 4 more years: blame, bully, and belittle. And you know what Joe Biden will do: build back better. It's Trump's us versus them America against Joe Biden's America, where we all live and work together. It's a clear choice. The future of our country is riding on it. Thank you.
It's time to call the roll and officially nominate the Democratic candidate for President of the United States. But this year, for the first time, the roll call is heading out to all 57 states and territories, places that showcase our nation's natural beauty, places where people are working together to secure a better future for our country, and places that are working to rebuild and recover, like Iowa, where thousands have been left homeless and hundreds of thousands have been left without power in the wake of last week's terrible storm. Our hearts are with you, Iowa. There's so much going on right now. Tonight, we come together to nominate a candidate who will fight for all of us. The convention delegates will do the official nominating, but you can join them in supporting Joe Biden. Text JOIN to 30330 to get involved. And now, the chair of the Democratic National Committee, Tom Perez.
It's great to be here in Milwaukee, a proud union town whose grit and character reflect the resilience of our party and our country. There's no doubt these last few months have been tough, but good leadership means being able to adapt to any situation. And I want to thank the people of Milwaukee for being such gracious and flexible hosts. It's also great to be back in Wisconsin, where I was lucky enough to marry my wife, Anne Marie, a little more than 3 decades ago. The progressive movement has deep roots here. And since today is the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment's ratification, we should point out that Wisconsin was the first state to ratify it. What's more, in its one-word motto, forward, Wisconsin captures something so important about America. The way that no matter what challenges today brings, we always believe a better future is possible. That's what my parents believed when they emigrated to this country nearly a century ago, fleeing the iron fist of a brutal dictator in the Dominican Republic. This nation welcomed them with compassion, and they quickly learned that their hope of building a better life through hard work was shared by generations of Americans. Indeed, every American story is a story about that hope, that sense of possibility. It's what unites us, defines us, and it's what sustains us now. We will work to meet our extraordinary challenges because progress is made by the hopeful, not the cynical. And we will do that work together because movements are built by the many, not the few. And as you watch tonight's decidedly unconventional roll call and reflect on the diversity of our nation, remember, you too are part of the American story. And no matter where you come from or where you're watching from tonight, you have a place in Joe Biden's Democratic Party.
Delegates and distinguished guests, under our procedural rules, 2 Democratic candidates submitted nominating documents to our convention secretary for the office of President of the United States, Senator Bernie Sanders and Vice President Joe Biden. As such, Each candidate has provided names of individuals who will make nominating and seconding speeches on their behalf. We will begin with nominating and seconding speeches for Senator Sanders. Speaking on his behalf will be two progressive champions, Bob King and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
I'm Bob King. As a proud union member and former president of a great American union, the UAW, I am honored to nominate Bernie Sanders for president. For decades, Bernie has led the fight for working families, fighting for workers' rights to organize unions and collectively bargain. In a time of enormous inequality, he understands that we must confront large corporations which have far too much control over our economy and our politics. Bernie believes health care is a human right and should not be contingent on a job. He knows we can rebuild our crumbling infrastructure by creating millions of good-paying union jobs while combating climate change. Bernie's moral clarity has emboldened the Democratic Party's fight for justice. The grassroots energy of his supporters has cemented important advances in our platform. Bernie will continue to lead a movement that helps defeat Trump and delivers transformational change. I'm excited to place into nomination the name of a great champion of the working class, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Good evening, bienvenidos, and thank you to everyone here today endeavoring towards a better, more just future for our country and our world. In fidelity and gratitude to a mass people's movement working to establish 21st century social, economic, and human rights, including guaranteed health care, higher education, living wages, and labor rights for all people in the United States. A movement striving to recognize and repair the wounds of racial injustice, colonization, misogyny, and homophobia, and to propose and build reimagined systems of immigration and foreign policy that turn away from the violence and xenophobia of our past. A movement that realizes the unsustainable brutality of an economy that rewards explosive inequalities of wealth for the few at the expense of long-term stability for the many, and who organized a historic grassroots campaign to reclaim our democracy. In a time when millions of people in the United States are looking for deep, systemic solutions to our crises of mass evictions, unemployment, and lack of health care, en el espíritu del pueblo and out of a love for all people, I hereby second the nomination of Senator Bernard Sanders of Vermont for President of the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. King and Representative Ocasio-Cortez. We now turn to nominating and seconding speeches for Vice President Biden. In a moment, we'll hear from Senator Chris Coons, who holds the Delaware Senate seat once held by the Vice President, and Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester, my colleague in the House. But first, we'll hear from Jacqueline Asby, a working American who met Joe Biden in a most unexpected place, the elevator where she worked.
I take powerful people up on my elevator all the time. When they get off, they go to their important meetings. Me, I just head back to the lobby. But in the short time I spent with Joe Biden, I could tell he really saw me, that he actually cared, that my life meant something to him. And I knew, even when he went into his important meeting, he'd take my story in there with him. That's because Joe Biden has room in his heart for more than just himself. We've been through a lot, and we have tough days ahead. But nominating someone like that to be in the White House is a good place to start. That's why I nominate my friend, Joe Biden, as the next president of the United States.
I'm Senator Chris Coons from Delaware, a small state where people expect to see their senators, and even sometimes their vice president, at the supermarket, at a church festival, out in their community. Joe fights for us because he knows our struggles and hopes. He knows the pain of loss and the worries of working parents. And he's always brought that same personal concern he showed for Jacqueline to getting things done as our senator and then as President Obama's vice president. Joe's tackled gun violence and climate change. He stood up to dictators and supported our troops. He led the recovery effort after the last recession and delivered on a promise to make our healthcare system fairer and stronger. Through it all, Joe Biden's never forgotten where he's from. He's been sustained by his faith and his family through the toughest of times, and he has the heart and the compassion for this moment. For all of these reasons and more, it's my honor to second the nomination of my good friend, Joe Biden, to be the next president of these United States.
I'm Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester. In some history class in the future, children are learning about this moment. They're learning about our pain, our grief, our worry. But they're also learning about a man named Joe Biden, about how he restored decency to our government and integrity to our democracy. They're learning about how we conquered a pandemic, stood united for racial justice, and built our economy back better than before. They're learning about how his leadership gave their generation a fighting chance. They're learning about us, too, about the resolve and the unity we showed against the forces of hatred and division, about the work we will do over the next 11 weeks, and about the night when, despite our distance, we came together to nominate Joe Biden for President of the United States, a nomination I'm honored to second.
Thank you all. Pursuant to our convention rules, we'll now proceed to a roll call by states on the selection of our party's candidate for the President of the United States. Secretary Wray.
Mr. Chairman, coming to you live from the Wisconsin Center, it's time to begin our virtual trip around America. Our journey begins at the site of a major step forward in our national journey towards justice. Let's go to Alabama.
John Lewis marched across this bridge in 1965 to demand the right to vote. A lifetime later, civil rights and voting rights remain America's great, unfinished business. But those who walked this path before us showed us the way forward. If we want to honor John Lewis's incredible life, let's restore the Voting Rights Act and ensure that our democracy belongs to all Americans. Alabama casts 8 votes for Bernie Sanders, and the great state of Alabama casts 52 votes for our next president of these United States, Joe Biden.
Alaska.
The waters we rely on to feed our families and make a living are threatened by climate change. When Joe Biden was vice president, he and President Obama made sure Alaska's tribes had a say on how these waters were managed. Donald Trump took it away. We must elect a president who will respect our voices, protect our waters, and address climate change. Alaska cast 7 votes for Bernie Sanders and 12 votes for the next president, Joe Biden.
American Samoa.
Joe Biden honors our service, and we trust him to support our community. As vice president, he helped expand rural infrastructure to communities like ours, broadening our economic capacity. As president, he will continue to strengthen rural America, from New England to the Pacific.
On behalf of the Governor Lolo Matalasi Molinga and the American Samoa Democratic Party, we proudly cast 11 votes for our next President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
Arizona.
As a middle school teacher, I know that public educators are doing everything they can to make sure our students have quality learning experiences this fall. As a mother of a high school freshman, I know that it's far from perfect. As an NEA union organizer, I'll fight to make sure that it's scientists, parents, and educators that decide when it's safe to go back to school, not politicians. As an Arizona Latina, I proudly cast our votes, 29 for Bernie Sanders and 51 for our next president, Joe Biden.
Arkansas.
Feeding people is an act of love, and I think we all can use a little extra love these days. So we took our food trucks out into the community to deliver meals. made right here at the Cleveland Presidential Center for our neighbors in need. Even when our leaders let us down, America kept looking out for each other. Arkansas cast 9 votes for Bernie Sanders and 27 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
California.
Climate change is not a hoax. It's real, and communities of color have been bearing the brunt of this reality for generations.
Joe Biden's plan to crack down on polluters to protect our air and water is about environmental justice and economic justice.
He'll prioritize equity and bring new clean energy jobs to Black and brown neighborhoods, because that is how we build back better.
California, home to our next Vice President, Kamala Harris, cast 231 votes for Bernie Sanders
and 263 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Colorado.
Han and I grew up in poverty as immigrants, but we've been able to make a decent living. We're extremely lucky. But now we have 3 family members that tested positive for COVID, and it just doesn't feel safe to put Evan and Emma back to school. This is certainly going to be hard on them and on us, but millions of working families will have it much harder. I know Joe Biden cares about these struggles, and that's why I trust him to fight for us. With 1 abstention, Colorado will cast 36 votes for Bernie Sanders and 42 for our next president, Joe Biden.
Connecticut.
Firefighters are proud to put our lives on the line every day to protect our neighbors. It's a badge of courage. But while we are protecting your family, we need a president who is committed to protecting ours, and that's Joe Biden. He has the courage we respect and the commitment to working Americans we need now. On behalf of our governor, Ned Lamont, I am honored to cast Connecticut's 75 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Delaware.
Delaware passes.
Delaware passes. Democrats abroad.
We represent the millions of Americans who live outside the United States and vote back home. Americans abroad can make a difference in the states that will decide this year's elections. We need your help to elect a president who will restore our standing around the world. Go to votefromabroad.org to learn more. Democrats Abroad is proud to cast 10 votes for Bernie Sanders and 7 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
District of Columbia.
Welcome to my hometown and the best city in the world. Washington, D.C. is 706,000 residents strong. We raise families, pay taxes, and serve the United States military, just like every American in the 50 states. The House of Representatives just passed an historic piece of legislation to make Washington, D.C. the 51st state. From Black Lives Matter Plaza, the District of Columbia proudly cast 1 vote for Bernie Sanders and 43 votes for the next president of the United States, Joe Biden.
Florida.
When my daughter was murdered in Parkland, Joe Biden called to share in our family's grief. I quickly learned about his decency and his civility, but I also learned about his toughness and how he's beaten the NRA. Together with the other victims of gun violence and our nation's youth, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take on the NRA again and win. Let's win back our freedom to live without fear. Florida cast 57 votes for Bernie Sanders and 192 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Georgia.
My mentor, Congressman John Lewis, knew that the right to vote is sacred. Georgians know that our ability to vote is under attack. Long lines, voter suppression. Donald Trump is even trying to slow down the mail and force us to risk our lives to cast a ballot. We will not be silenced. Take out your phone and text VOTE to 30330 and make sure your voice is heard in this election. From the cradle of the civil rights movement and in the spirit of good trouble, Georgia cast our 117 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Guam.
70 years ago this summer, Chamorros became U.S. citizens. We are proud of our resilience, proud of our indigenous heritage, and proud to be part of this historic moment for our party and our nation. From the land where America's day begins, Guam cast 2 votes for Bernie Sanders and 11 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Hawaii.
I came from the Philippines to Hawaii, the land of indigenous Native Hawaiians. Today, I want to speak to my fellow immigrants, to the essential workers on the front line, to the service members who wear our flag, to the parents with big dreams for their children, No matter where we came from, immigrants belong in our country's long fight for justice. We belong in the America we are building together. Hawaii, birthplace of President Obama, cast 9 votes for Bernie Sanders and 23 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Idaho.
We're not waiting for Washington to act on climate change. Here in Boise, we know that clean energy doesn't just mean a healthier planet, it means good, paying jobs. Imagine what we could do with a president that listens to science and leads with courage. Idaho casts 9 votes for Bernie Sanders and 16 for our next president, Joe Biden.
Illinois.
Discrimination has denied too many Black Americans the chance to own a home and build wealth. Joe Biden has a plan to end racist lending practices and help more people of color achieve the American dream of owning a home. This isn't just about racial justice. It's about stronger communities and more economic security for working families. Illinois cast 59 votes for Bernie Sanders and 122 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Indiana.
Here in South Bend, we once feared that our best days were behind us. But then we reimagined our economy with new jobs and even new industries. The Hoosier State is ready to lead America's recovery with our diverse communities, our talented workers, and our best-in-the-world agriculture. Joe Biden's plan gives us a blueprint to revitalize industrial cities and rural areas alike. Indiana casts 2 votes for my friend Bernie Sanders and 86 votes for the next president, Joe Biden.
Iowa.
We were going to talk to you tonight about biofuels, but the powerful storm that swept through Iowa last week has taken a terrible toll on our farmers, our small businesses, and our families who are still without power.
So while we have the honor of casting Iowa's votes, 11 for Bernie Sanders and 38 for Joe Biden, we also want to ask you to keep Iowans in your thoughts during this difficult time.
Kansas.
I'm a 4th-generation family farmer, but I worry about the next generation. Many of our young folks end up moving from rural communities to find jobs. Joe Biden has a plan to help new farmers get a good start. And by funding schools and health care, he'll make sure that rural communities remain great places to live, work, and raise a family for generations to come. Kansas, the Sunflower State, proudly cast 10 votes for Bernie Sanders and 35 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Kentucky.
One day when I was 14, my mom wouldn't wake up. Calling 911, I was scared not only because she was sick, but because I knew we couldn't afford the bill. Thank God she survived. When I told Joe Biden that story in 2008, he promised to continue to fight for folks like us and got busy passing Obamacare. 2 years ago, when Mom had a heart attack, we only had to worry about her getting better because Joe kept his promise. The Commonwealth of Kentucky cast all 60 votes for the next president of the United States, Joe Biden.
Louisiana.
This used to be an abandoned building. Now it's a thriving art studio, a community hub, a place where independent artists can make their name and parents can bring their kids during these difficult days of remote learning.
Our cities are strong because our people make them strong. And our economy will come back because our small businesses will bring it back.
Louisiana cast all 60 of our votes for my friend and the next president, Joe Biden.
Maine.
My American dream, I'm living it. A 25-acre organic farm on the lake, a roadside farm stand, and a bed and breakfast. My husband and I aren't corporate tycoons. We just want to make an honest living and feed our community. Small businesses like ours are the backbone of rural economies across America. Joe Biden has a plan to help more Americans, especially people of color, start their own businesses. Maine casts 9 votes for Bernie Sanders and 22 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Maryland.
Black lives matter. And when it comes to racial justice, black opportunity matters.
When Joe Biden rebuilds our middle class, he won't leave anyone behind. His plan, more capital for black entrepreneurs.
More funding for public schools and HBCUs.
Banning racial discrimination in the housing market.
And paying every worker a fair wage.
That's building back better.
Maryland.
The home of Frederick Douglass.
Cast 1 vote for Bernie Sanders and 119 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Massachusetts.
We need a plan to get the economy going again.
Joe Biden will get the pandemic under control, create new jobs in manufacturing and clean energy, help small businesses and our restaurants recover, and build back better so that our economy is stronger and fairer than it was before. Massachusetts cast 30 votes for Bernie Sanders and 83 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Michigan auto workers are the best in the world, but we'd be nowhere without Joe Biden. And a lot of folks wanted to let Detroit go bankrupt. But Joe Biden believed in us, and together we fought to save our auto industry.
Now he's got a plan to create 1 million new auto jobs by investing in clean energy. Joe Biden believes in American workers. He's got our back, and we've got his.
Michigan cast 53 votes for Bernie Sanders and 92 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Minnesota.
I'm here in Minnesota, the home of the headwaters of the Mississippi River. We know that a bridge shouldn't fall down in the middle of America, but it did. And we came together to rebuild it. That's what we do in America. That's what Joe Biden will do as president. He'll build back better. He'll cross the river of our divides and unite this country from our cities to our suburbs to our rural areas. And now we will virtually cross the great Mississippi to St. Paul to hear from my friend, Mayor Melvin Carter.
Thank you, Senator. As the 46th mayor of a city that's more than ready for our 46th president, I'm proud to cast Minnesota's 31 votes for Bernie Sanders and 60 votes for our next U.S. president, Joe Biden. Mississippi.
Tougaloo College reflects the progression of a people from slavery to citizenship to scholarship and leadership, contributing to Mississippi and the world. Our alumni are leaders like Convention Chairman Congressman Benny Thompson. Joe Biden wants to invest $70 billion in HBCUs like Tougaloo. Imagine what impact that could have on HBCUs. Imagine what impact HBCUs could have on America. Mississippi cast 2 votes for Bernie Sanders and 38 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Missouri.
As a member of the International Union of Bricklayers and Allied Craft Workers, Local 1 St. Louis, I love walking around the city and seeing the contributions that my brothers and sisters have made. We stand ready to rebuild our nation's infrastructure, and with Joe Biden's leadership, we'll create millions of new jobs, building back better. Missouri cast 28 votes for Bernie Sanders and 50 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Montana.
When COVID shut down my college, I came home to my parents' ranch to finish senior year online. But some days, I can't even get a video to load or an email attachment to send. Without reliable internet, there's no remote learning, no virtual doctor's appointments, and just try starting a small business. Rural broadband can be a game changer for rural communities like mine, and Joe Biden has a plan to make it happen. Montana cast 1 vote for Bernie Sanders and 18 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Nebraska.
I work at a meatpacking plant, making sure grocery store shelves stay full. They call us essential workers, but we get treated like we're expendable. Workers are dying from COVID, but a lot of us don't have paid sick leave or even quality protective equipment. We are human beings, not robots, not disposable. We want to keep helping you feed your family, but we need a president who will have our backs. Nebraska cast 33 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Nevada.
Working people are the backbone of our economy and the key to our recovery. Joe Biden knows it's not enough to praise them. We have to reward them. So let's raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, empower workers to negotiate for better benefits and safer workplaces, and make it easier to pay for things like health care and higher education. I am proud to cast 24 votes for Bernie Sanders and 25 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
New Hampshire.
Hello from the Granite State. We trust Joe Biden. Joe will provide the leadership necessary to bring us back from this awful pandemic. Joe has a plan to attack global climate change once and for all. And Joe will restore honesty, decency, and trust to the White House, reunite all Americans, and build a better future for all. The great state of New Hampshire awards 9 delegates to our friend and neighbor, Bernie Sanders, and 24 delegates to the next president of the United States, Joe Biden.
New Jersey.
We've been hit hard by COVID, but we're coming back. But we have to be smart. We have to listen to the experts, and we have to have a president who has a plan. That's why, in memory of all those we've lost, in solidarity with those who are sick or struggling, and in eternal gratitude for our heroic frontline workers, New Jersey cast 5 votes for Senator Bernie Sanders and 139 votes for the next President of the United States, Joe Biden.
New Mexico.
Makoam, Inomamkima Kirimba. Greetings and good evening. My name is Derek Lente, State Representative, coming to you from the homeland of my ancestors here at the beautiful Pueblo of Sandia. New Mexico is a diverse state, home to 23 indigenous sovereign nations with a rich multicultural history. We are all united by the love of this beautiful place that we call home, and we believe that we owe it to the next generation to protect the natural and cultural resources that are their inheritance. And to that end, also respect tribal sovereignty. New Mexico proudly casts 4 votes for Bernie Sanders and 42 votes for the next President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
New York.
As an immigrant from St. Vincent and the Grenadines and an 1199 SCIU registered nurse, I am proud to be part of America's fight against COVID-19. But many healthcare workers don't get paid sick leave or have enough protective equipment. I have 2 children with asthma and a mother who's high risk. I worry every day about bringing this virus home to them. Joe Biden's plan will help us take better care of your loved ones as well as our own. Along with Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul, I cast New York's votes. 44 votes for Bernie Sanders and 277 for our next president, Joe Biden. It's Joe time.
North Carolina.
I've been doing this for a long time, so let me just be plain. Black people, especially black women, are the backbone of this party, and if we don't show up, Democrats don't get elected. I'm putting on my mask, and we're going to every corner in North Carolina to help organize, because we need to make sure everyone shows up for Joe Biden. He will show up for us. North Carolina cast 39 votes for Bernie Sanders and 83 votes for the next President of the United States, Joe Biden.
North Dakota.
The Shkatni Dosha, Dosha, Jeed. Welcome to the homelands of the Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara people. I graduated from a class of just 44 students, and I had to drive 3 hours just to take the SATs. But growing up, I knew that college was a ladder that could take you anywhere. Joe Biden knows that everyone deserves a chance to climb that ladder. So as a proud tribal member, as a Mexican American, and as a Harvard graduate, I am proud to cast North Dakota's votes. 10 for Bernie Sanders and 8 for our next president, Joe Biden.
Northern Mariana Islands.
Hafaday T-Row and hello from paradise, the Northern Mariana Islands. We may be far away, but we're American citizens. And this year, for the first time in decades, we finally have a Democratic slate, because Democrats organize everywhere. But we don't get to vote for president, so please don't waste yours. The Northern Mariana Islands is proud to cast 2 votes for Senator Bernie Sanders and 9 votes for our next president, Joseph Biden. Sidus Ma'asi, Olamai, and thank you. Yee-hee!
Ohio.
It seems like every time working people believe in a Donald Trump promise, they wind up getting screwed. Well, Joe Biden has more than just a promise. He actually has a plan to bring jobs back to America.
Like electric vehicles or a national network of vehicle charging infrastructure that'll create good-paying jobs for skilled union workers like Josh. And the future will be made in America. Ohio cast 20 votes for Senator Bernie Sanders and 134 votes for the next president, Joe Biden. OH.
I-O.
Oklahoma.
99 years ago, racial violence devastated a thriving black community here in Tulsa. Today, hatred still lives in our nation, but so does resolve. Oklahoma refused to let ourselves be defined by division then, and our nation must turn back the tide of violence again now. Oklahoma cast 13 votes for Bernie Sanders and 24 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Oregon.
As Black Americans standing on Native land, we proudly represent Oregon. The dual viruses, COVID-19 and racism, laid bare unequal healthcare access,
and deaths in communities of color.
The Democrats are working to bridge divides and make sure everyone has equal access to low or no cost quality care. Today, Oregon cast 16 votes for Bernie Sanders.
And with Senators Wyden and Merkley's support, cast 57 votes for Joe Biden.
Pennsylvania.
When Joe Biden was young, his father came to this house in Scranton, sat down on Joe's bed, and told him he lost his job. It's a moment that stayed with Joe his entire life. Right now, all across America, working families are experiencing that same fear and uncertainty. But Joe Biden has a plan to help them and to help our country build back better, creating millions of good-paying jobs, so more parents will be able to tell their kids what Joe's dad said to him all those years ago. It's going to be okay. Pennsylvania cast 34 votes for Senator Bernie Sanders and 175 votes for the next president of the United States, Scranton's own Joe Biden.
Puerto Rico.
Los puertorriqueños somos ciudadanos estadounidenses, algo que Donald Trump parece haber olvidado en los momentos más difíciles que enfrentó nuestra isla. Joe Biden siempre ha apoyado las causas de Puerto Rico y como presidente será nuestro aliado en la Casa Blanca. Sé que es la mejor alternativa para que los sobre 3 millones de ciudadanos americanos que residimos en esta bendita isla de Puerto Rico podamos ser respetados. Puerto Rico emite 5 votos para Bernie Sanders y 53 votos para Joe Biden.
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island, the ocean state, where our restaurant and fishing industry have been decimated by this pandemic, are lucky to have a governor, Gina Raimondo, whose program lets our fishermen sell their catches directly to the public, and our state appetizer, calamari, is available in all 50 states. The calamari comeback state of Rhode Island casts 1 vote for Bernie Sanders and 34 votes for the next president, Joe Biden.
South Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, I am Jamie Harrison, candidate for the United States Senate, speaking from the campus of South Carolina State University, the alma mater of Majority Whip Jim Clyburn and the late Dr. Emily England Clyburn, for whom its Honors College is named. This proud HBCU has contributed 22 general officers to our armed services. And tonight, I proudly cast South Carolina's 64 votes as follows: 15 for Bernie Sanders and 49 for our next president of the United States, Joe Biden.
South Dakota.
Midakiapi, relatives. As a first American and citizen of the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, I welcome you to the Pahasapa, the Black Hills, the site of my creation story and home to the Oceti Shakowi, the great Sioux nation. We often say, Midaku Yeyayasi, we are all related. Our next president must lead by this philosophy for the betterment of our next 7 generations. We cast 3 votes for Senator Bernie Sanders and 17 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Tennessee.
100 years ago tonight, suffragists based here at the Hermitage Hotel in Nashville cheered as Tennessee became the 36th and deciding state to ratify the 19th Amendment, granting women the right to vote. This year, I'm casting my very first presidential vote for Joe Biden. Women will decide this election, and we'll replace Donald Trump with a president who respects us. Tennessee cast 23 votes for Bernie Sanders and 50 votes for our next president of the United States, Mr. Joseph R. Biden!
Texas.
A year ago, my safe community of El Paso was targeted by a domestic terrorist who murdered 23 innocent people, injured 23 more, and devastated all of us. His motive was racism and xenophobia. In the face of hate, we choose love. Siempre lo hemos hecho, siempre lo haremos. And in the face of continued gun violence in America, we demand change. The time has come to act. With 1 abstention, the great state of Texas cast 98 votes for Bernie Sanders and 161 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Utah.
Here in Utah, we've had mail-in voting for years. If you're registered to vote, you automatically get sent a ballot. It's fast, it's reliable, and it's easy for everyone to participate. In 2016, we had turnout well over 80%, and this year we're expecting even higher. That's why Democrats and Republicans here in Utah agree. Mail-in voting strengthens our democracy. Utah cast 17 votes for Bernie Sanders and 16 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Vermont.
The state of Vermont, strongly believing in economic justice, social justice, racial justice, and environmental justice, proudly supporting democracy and the Constitution of the United States, and vehemently opposed to the authoritarianism and racism of the Trump administration, is proud to cast 15 votes for Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders and 9 votes for the next president of the United States, Joe Biden.
The U.S. Virgin Islands.
In recognition of our Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and our delegate to Congress, Stacey Plaskett, we bring you greetings from the Virgin Islands of the United States. Yes! Where a young Alexander Hamilton was raised, the vacation home of a nominee with turquoise waters, white sand beaches, and friendly people. We cast our 13 votes for Joseph R. Biden.
Yes! Virginia.
3 years ago, my beloved city, Charlottesville, Virginia, was attacked by white supremacists and a young woman was killed. We were attacked again when Donald Trump praised those racists, turning his back on a community that just wanted peace. That was the day Joe Biden decided to join this battle for the soul of America. Over time, my wife, Ghazala, and I have come to know his soul. He's a decent, compassionate man. He will bring this nation together. Virginia cast 32 votes for Bernie Sanders and 91 votes for our President, Joe Biden.
Washington.
Xin chào. As a 15-year-old refugee from Vietnam, I knew that education was the key to finding opportunities in my new home. When having children of my own, I became an advocate to improve the public education system that gave me a chance to contribute to our America. Democrats invest in education because we are committed to fighting for all kids. Washington cast 43 votes to Senator Bernie Sanders and 66 votes to our next president, Joe Biden.
West Virginia.
West Virginians have changed the narrative about public education. Parents, teachers, and service personnel have worked together to fight for safe and welcoming schools, sufficient funding for classroom equipment, and fair wages for teachers and school service personnel. Elections matter, but so does activism. So let's keep fighting to guarantee a quality education for all our children, and let's elect a president who will fight alongside us. West Virginia cast 34 votes for our next president, Joe Biden.
Wyoming.
After our son Matthew's death in Wyoming, Joe Biden helped pass legislation to protect LGBTQ Americans from hate crimes. Joe understands more than most our grief over Matt's death. But we see in Joe so much of what made Matt's life special: his commitment to equality, his passion for social justice, and his boundless compassion for others.
With 3 abstentions, Wyoming cast 4 votes for Bernie Sanders and 11 votes for the next president of the United States, Joe Biden.
Wisconsin.
Welcome back to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a great city on native land on a great lake. It's the place where I was born and raised, right in the heart of 53206 zip code. Now, this is a community that's been faced with some significant challenges due to historical injustice, but what many don't see is the joy, the resilience, and opportunity that lies within this community and so many others across America just like it, where hardworking people are fighting to provide for their families and to build a better future. We know that we build a better future for our nation by channeling Wisconsin's legacy as the birthplace of the labor and the progressive movement, and uniting around a bold, inclusive agenda that uplifts every community in the pursuit of a more just future, one that recognizes healthcare as a human right, one that tackles the climate crisis and takes on racial and economic justice. Wisconsin cast 30 votes for Bernie Sanders and 67 for the next president of the United States of America, Joseph R. Biden.
Delaware.
Long before this train station bore his name,
you'd see Joe Biden up here on the platform with the rest of the crowd, on his way to work or going home to his family. That's always been his North Star, delivering for families like his own, working people who struggle and sacrifice to build a better life. Nobody has ever had to wonder who Joe Biden's in it for.
Our nation faces daunting challenges, but I've known Joe Biden for 40 years, and there's nobody I trust more to lead our party, unite our country, and restore our standing in the world. What's more, he's humble. He tells the truth. He treats everybody he encounters with respect and builds bridges, not walls. He is a leader made for this moment and the finest public servant I've ever known.
Delaware is proud to cast its 32 votes for our favorite son and our next president.
Our friend, Delaware, Joe Biden.
Thank you to all our delegations. I'm pleased to announce that Vice President Joe Biden has officially been nominated by the Democratic Party as our candidate for President of the United States. Vice President Biden is hereby invited to deliver an acceptance speech.
Well, thank you very, very much. From the bottom of my heart, thank you all. It means the world to me and my family, and I'll see you on Thursday. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A dedication to last throughout the year.
Come on. That was so sweet with the grandkids. Yay! And now we have an official nominee. On to the next step, electing Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in November. Make sure you have a plan to vote. Text VOTE to 30330 to find out how. Now we're going to talk about a topic that touches all of our lives, healthcare. The Affordable Care Act was game-changing. This pandemic has revealed just how important it is to protect and improve it. Increasing access to healthcare and bringing down its costs have always been a priority for Joe Biden, because for Joe and for all of us, healthcare is personal.
It's the toughest battles that called for the steadiest leadership. Again and again, they were told to give up on affordable health care. They knew it would cost them politically.
The Republicans say this will prove to be unpopular.
The bill is a legislative train wreck.
But not nearly as much as it would cost the American people if they did nothing.
We are not going to slow up on providing affordable health care for Americans. Health care is a natural American right.
Giving up on the Affordable Care Act would have meant leaving 20 million without coverage out in the cold. But Joe Biden wasn't about to give up because he knew what it was like to stand in their shoes. He was sworn into the Senate next to a hospital bed. His wife and daughter had been killed in a car crash. And lying in that bed were his two sons. 40 years later, one of those little boys, his son Beau, was diagnosed with cancer and given only months to live. It's hard to imagine a greater grief than losing your child. But Joe always knew that his family was one of the lucky ones. After that accident, his son got 40 more years of life, all because he had health care.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Now, it's unthinkable that Donald Trump is trying to take that health care away. In the middle of a pandemic, he's still trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. This fight is personal for Joe, as personal as it gets. So when Joe says he has a plan to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, protect those with pre-existing conditions, and expand access to every American, he's thinking about how having health care saved his boys. When his plan talks about lowering drug prices and making care more affordable, he's thinking about Bo, who spent his final days in comfort because he was insured. Joe Biden knows what affordable health care means to American families because of what it's meant to his.
This is my promise to you. When I'm president, I will take care of your health care coverage and your family the same way I would my own. For that's what the presidency is, the duty to care for all of us, not just those who vote for us, but all of us. This job is not about me, it's about you, it's about us.
How are you, you handsome boy?
He was born in 15 and with a heart condition, known as transposition of the greater arteries, and ended up requiring a transplant. And thankfully, the ACA had already taken effect. But now that's something that we think about all the time, especially with his coverage, the potential of coverage maxes, and his initial hospital stay was over $3 million that was billed back to the insurance.
I remember thinking as Bo lay dying in bed, and we'd lie in bed with him, his brother and I and his sister, and thinking to myself, what in God's name would I do if the doctor walked in and said, I'm sorry, you've outrun your insurance, you've reached your cap, suffer the last few months of your life on your own.
I came from a part of the country, rural Missouri, where basically everybody was a Republican and I was a Republican. And I lost my voice. And we put off going to the doctor because we didn't have health insurance. When we finally got into somebody that could take a look at my throat, they said, wow, you've got cancer. It was stage 4, the worst kind of cancer you can have. My wife applied for insurance through the Affordable Care Act. And my coverage began on April 1st in 2012. And that same day, they started my chemo and radiation, and it saved my life. I'm here today.
Generally speaking, as a church, you're concerned about people spiritually, but you're also concerned about other areas of their life. And that includes their physical or physiological well-being, because the Bible talks about all of us. But there are people in our country, and in fact, people in my church that can't take advantage of it because they don't have good health care. That's pretty discouraging to me, and that's pretty discouraging to them.
Because of the myasthenia gravis and the fact that it's a very rare disease, a lot of our medications we have to fight for. And before the ACA, we worried about our medications. We worried about the pre-existing conditions for our children. We worried about age and the cap, because having that cost of the medications, we would have reached that $1 million cap in no time. But once the ACA passed, we no longer had that cap of the $1 million.
The fear that you all live in, understandably, if somehow tomorrow they said no insurance, you're not covered, is just devastating. Hey, Laura, how you doing?
Yes, again.
How you doing? Well, you beat Hodgkin's lymphoma. God love you. But during it all, Trump was trying to rip away your coverage. The day you got your first chemo, Republicans voted to gut the ACA. I can't imagine what it must have been like going to sleep at night wondering what to do.
Ever since I was diagnosed, every night I'd go to bed concerned about what news I would get in the morning. And even today, they're still trying to take away our health care, even during a pandemic.
Look, we're going to make sure we don't lose that ACA. We're going to provide a Medicare-like option as a public option. And any state where there is if you qualify for Medicaid and the state hasn't provided it, you'd automatically be enrolled. I'm going to protect you like I tried to protect my own family. And I promise you that.
I met Joe last year at a campaign event to thank him for being so involved in the battle to cure cancer. Indeed, I have what's been diagnosed as terminal cancer. The inspiration and the empathy and the human love that he was shared with me has kept me going.
I made an appointment for my wellness checkup provided for by the Affordable Care Act. I was told that I had ovarian cancer. I finished my course of treatment, and since then, I've been cancer-free, and I'm very grateful for that.
I chose to become a Joe Biden delegate as I watched with our nation as President Donald Trump sought to dismantle the Affordable Care Act.
My purpose in life right now is to devote all my energy to getting Joe elected.
I anxiously jumped at the chance to become a Biden delegate.
You will continue to strengthen the Affordable Care Act so that diseases like cancer don't go undetected.
Hey Carl, it's me, Dad. By the time you're watching this, you will have grown up to be strong and courageous, but I don't know how much longer I'll be around for you.
I was diagnosed with ALS today, which is a deadly, debilitating disease.
After I was diagnosed, the president passed a tax bill that put my health care at risk. So I went to Washington, D.C.
My next guest made headlines when he confronted a Republican senator on an airplane.
You can be an American hero. I wanted to help create a better country for you to live in. Democracy is beautiful! Democracy is beautiful! All that matters to me is to make you proud, because I'm already so proud of you.
Hello America. My name is Audie Barkin, and I am speaking to you through this computer voice because I have been paralyzed by a mysterious illness called ALS. Like so many of you, I have experienced the ways our healthcare system is fundamentally broken. Enormous costs, denied claims, dehumanizing treatment when we are most in need. Since my shocking diagnosis, I have traveled the country meeting countless patients like me, demanding more of our representatives and our democracy. Today, we are witnessing the tragic consequences of our failing healthcare system. In the midst of a pandemic, nearly 100 million Americans do not have sufficient health insurance. And even good insurance does not cover essential needs like long-term care. Our loved ones are dying in unsafe nursing homes, our nurses are overwhelmed and unprotected, and our essential workers are treated as dispensable. We live in the richest country in history, and yet we do not guarantee this most basic human right. Everyone living in America should get the health care they need, regardless of their employment status or ability to pay. Even during this terrible crisis, Donald Trump and Republican politicians are trying to take away millions of people's health insurance. With the existential threat of another 4 years of this president, we all have a profound obligation to act. Not only to vote, but to make sure that our friends, family, and neighbors vote as well. We must elect Joe Biden. Each of us must be a hero for our communities, for our country, and then, with a compassionate and intelligent president, we must act together and put on his desk a bill that guarantees us all the health care we deserve. Text VOTE to 30330 to learn how to vote safely. Because our lives depend on it.
Politics and elections can seem like these faraway things that one person doesn't have the power to change. But what's happening in our country right now makes it clear how personal politics are. I've discovered that when I get informed and participate, my fear gets smaller. Voting is a big part of that. So knowing the change you want, vote for the leaders you think will make it happen. And if you're able, if you can, help fund this campaign. Please go to joebiden.com and chip in whatever you can. With leaders like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we can build back better here at home and once again strengthen our nation's security and standing in the world.
My name is DeMarcus Gilliard. I'm 34 years old, and I currently live in Los Angeles, California. I'm a 2009 graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, and I served on active duty in the Marine Corps as an officer for 6 years. I took an oath to support, uphold, and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, and I know that Joe Biden, in his years of public service, took a similar oath, and he understands the sacrifice of the men and women in uniform who are overseas right now fighting for the ideals of this nation, that liberty and justice can be extended to all people. I know that Joe Biden understands that at his core. I trust him to lead us on day one into a greater future. There's nothing more important for me right now than making sure that we restore the soul of our nation. And I think that Joe Biden is the best person to do that. So, thanks, Joe.
Hi, I'm John Kerry. For the 8 years of the Obama-Biden administration, we led by example. We eliminated the threat of an Iran with a nuclear weapon. We built a 68-nation coalition to destroy ISIS. We forged a 195-nation agreement to attack climate change. We stopped Ebola before it became a pandemic. Donald Trump inherited a growing economy and a more peaceful world. And like everything else he inherited, he bankrupted it. When this president goes overseas, it isn't a goodwill mission, it's a blooper reel. He breaks up with our allies and writes love letters to dictators. America deserves a president who is looked up to, not laughed at. Donald Trump pretends Russia didn't attack our elections, and now he does nothing about Russia putting a bounty on our troops. So he won't defend our country, he doesn't know how to defend our troops. The only person he's interested in defending is himself. This is the bottom line. Our interests, our ideals, and our brave men and women in uniform can't afford 4 more years of Donald Trump. Our troops can't get out of harm's way by hiding in the White House bunker. They need a president who will stand up for them, and President Biden will. Joe's moral compass has always pointed in the right direction, from the fight to break the back of apartheid to the struggle to wake up the world to genocide in the Balkans. Joe understands that none of the issues of this world, not nuclear weapons, not the challenge of building back better after COVID, not terrorism, and certainly not the climate crisis, none can be resolved without bringing nations together with strength and humility. Joe understands our values don't limit our power, they magnify it. He knows you can't spread democracy around the world if you don't practice it at home. And he knows that even the United States of America needs friends on this planet. Before Donald Trump, we used to talk about American exceptionalism. The only thing exceptional about the incoherent Trump foreign policy is that it has made our nation more isolated than ever before. Joe Biden knows we aren't exceptional because we bluster that we are. We are exceptional because we do exceptional things. On June 6, 1944, young Americans gave their lives on the beaches of Normandy to liberate the world from tyranny. Out of the ashes of that war, we made peace and rebuilt the world. That was and remains exceptional. It is the opposite of everything Donald Trump stands for. This moment is a fight for the security of America and the world. Only Joe Biden can make America lead like America again. If you agree, text JOIN to 30330. Thank you.
In the Situation Room, presidents make decisions of war and peace. So when Joe Biden walks into the Situation Room, first and foremost in his mind is, how will my decision impact the lives of the American people?
He is experienced. He has made the tough calls.
He's got courage. He's got tremendous courage, character, judgment, and he can be tough. I witnessed it close up.
Joe Biden is decisive and well prepared for any issue.
There's no one more qualified than Joe Biden to be sitting at the head of the table in this Situation Room making decisions for this country.
Having sent his son to war, I don't think anyone can be more ready than Vice President Biden.
He knows exactly what's at stake when he sends our troops overseas.
Biden understands how important it is to have allies standing together with us. They are force multipliers.
Joe Biden has a unique ability to connect with people. He knows the leaders, and he's dealt with them for years, knows what makes them tick.
They trust him, they trust his judgment, and they know that his word is good.
I know that Biden's personal diplomacy will save American lives.
To build these relationships takes decades, and to tear them down, all it takes is a tweet.
Thanks to Donald Trump, our adversaries are stronger and bolder.
Donald Trump has had a love fest with dictators, including China and Russia. He hasn't been standing up to them at all.
I served in the United States Air Force for 36 years. I've led space squadrons, nuclear missile squadrons, and I never thought I would have a president who is a danger to national security.
President Trump has degraded and debased the presidency and our country in the eyes of the world.
The Russians offered bounties on U.S. soldiers. I was shocked when I read that. But the president didn't even ask Vladimir Putin about it. That's un-American.
There's something wrong with that. I mean, that's a dereliction of duty. You're failing the troops. You're failing this country.
The first thing a president needs to do is find out what the facts are. This president doesn't care about facts.
Biden cares about the safety and welfare of American servicemen and women.
Our military had a policy to maintain our presence in Syria. We actually came to the aid of the Kurds against ISIS, and we helped stop the advance. President Trump told us to simply abandon the Kurds. It's shameful.
Joe Biden will be strong against dictators.
I've heard him on the phone with some pretty tough characters. You know, you talk about Joe Biden's empathy, his decency, but Joe Biden is tough as nails, and everybody knows it.
He will do the right thing, no matter the political cost.
I've served for 2 Republican presidents and 1 Democratic president. I have seen the Trump administration make decisions without any thought, without any preparation, that have massive life and death consequences.
At one of the most defining times in the history of the world, Joe Biden is uniquely qualified to be president of the United States.
If you want a strong America, you want Joe Biden.
Hi, I'm former Secretary of State Colin Powell. 100 years ago, a young immigrant left a dirt farm in Jamaica and set out for America. 3 years later, a ship pulled into New York Harbor, and a young Jamaican woman gazed up at the Statue of Liberty for the first time. They became my parents, and they inspired me to finish college and join the Army. This began a journey of service that would take me from basic training to combat in Vietnam, up the ranks to serve as Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and Secretary of State. The values I learned growing up in the South Bronx and serving in uniform were the same values that Joe Biden's parents instilled in him in Scranton, Pennsylvania. I support Joe Biden for the presidency of the United States because those values still define him, and we need to restore those values to the White House. Our country needs a commander-in-chief who takes care of our troops in the same way he would his own family. For Joe Biden, that doesn't need teaching. It comes from the experience he shares with millions of military families, sending his beloved son off to war and praying to God he would come home safe. Joe Biden will be a president we will all be proud to salute. With Joe Biden in the White House, you will never doubt that he will stand with our friends and stand up to our adversaries, never the other way around. He will trust our diplomats and our intelligence community, not the flattery of dictators and despots. He will make it his job to know when anyone dares to threaten us. He will stand up to our adversaries with strength and experience. They will know he means business. I support Joe Biden because beginning on day one, he will restore Americans' leadership and our moral authority. He'll be a president who knows that America is strongest when, as he has said, we lead both by the power of our example and the example of our power. He will restore America's leadership in the world and restore the alliances we need to address the dangers that threaten our nation, from climate change to nuclear proliferation. Today, we are a country divided, and we have a president doing everything in his power to make it that way and keep us that way. What a difference it will make to have a president who unites us, who restores our strength and our soul. I still believe that in our hearts, we are the same America that brought my parents to our shores, an America that inspires freedom around the world. That's the America Joe Biden will lead as our next president. Thank you very much.
It was a friendship that shouldn't have worked. John, a former Navy pilot just released from a North Vietnamese prison. Joe, a young senator from Delaware.
Legislative assistance.
But in the 1970s, Joe was assigned a military aide for a trip overseas.
I was the Navy's Senate liaison and used to carry your bags on overseas trips.
The son of a gun never carried my bags. He was supposed to carry my bags, David, but he never carried my bags.
John and Joe traveled thousands of miles together. The families got to know each other, gathering for picnics in the Bidens' backyard.
They would just sit and joke. It was like a comedy show sometimes to watch the two of them.
But when John was elected to the Senate as a Republican from Arizona, they found themselves on opposing sides.
We're in different parties. We hold different views on many issues.
They'd be going at it on the floor, and you'd think, oh, these guys must really, really, really dislike each other. And they'd be having dinner that night together.
Senator Biden had great respect for the institution of the Senate. He built relationships that were cordial, that were personal.
We've always been willing, when we thought the other guy was right, cross the aisle and lock arms. It's good for the country.
It takes trust to get things done in a divided government. And I think with Joe Biden, his colleagues knew that your points were equally valid to him.
Even if a deal seemed out of reach, it was always Joe who tried to cross the aisle.
He was like a natural for that. He just had an ability to find the common ground, but never give up your principles.
For 3 decades, Joe was able to move his colleagues and find a way forward. On violence against women, banning chemical weapons, assault weapons, and controlling nuclear arms.
It was a style of legislating and leadership that you don't find much anymore.
And when millions of Americans were faced with losing their health insurance, it was Joe's friend who saved Obamacare by crossing the aisle.
McCain casts his vote with a thumbs down.
John and I have been given several awards about bipartisanship. We don't understand why you should get an award for bipartisanship.
Thank you for your example. I'm proud to remain the same good guy that you were when you first got here. Most of all, for your friendship. My life and the lives of many have been enriched by it.
Love it.
Good day, sunshine. Good day, sunshine.
I have a rule that I never think of anything negative when I'm running. When I set my mind to something, I find a way to get it done.
She is so damn tough and loyal. When I met Jill, I knew. My brother said, there's this woman, you'll really like her, Joe. So I gave her a call, and she had a date that night.
You said, do you think you could break your date?
Oh, that's right. And what'd you do?
Well, I called and told the guy that I had a friend in from out of town and went out with Joe.
I was 30 and I was a senator and I was a widower. Several years earlier, a tractor trailer broadsided my wife and 3 children. My wife was killed and my daughter was killed. I wasn't big on the whole date scene thing. But when I met Jill, I fell in love with her when I saw her.
He said, I'd really like to see you again. So he's looking at his calendar and he's, oh, Thursday. No, I'm really busy. No, I'm busy Friday. How about tomorrow? And I thought, buddy, you just blew your cover.
She's owned me since then. The boys fell in love with Jill, too. I'm brushing my teeth one morning, and they came running in, and Bo and Hunt said, Dad, we think it's time we marry Jill. Swear to God. I asked her to marry me 5 times.
It wasn't just my heart that was on the line. I loved the boys so much. I had to be sure that it had to be forever.
Now, I'm going to ask you one more time. Will you marry me? She goes like this. Okay.
Someday, yeah, we'll put it together and we'll get it undone.
She put us back together. She gave me back my life. She gave us back a family. We were raised with the same values.
I grew up in Willow Grove, Pennsylvania, right outside of Philly. My mom was English, Scottish, and my dad was Italian. My grandmother made the homemade noodles that would hang, and she'd be drying her noodles.
They were a very close family. She's the eldest of 5 girls.
She's kind of like the godmother of all of us.
I think we've all seen the feistiness in her.
There was a bully in my school. She marched up the street and knocked on his door.
And I punched him right in the face. My father fought in World War II. He was a signalman in the Navy, and he was very patriotic. He would take us to watch the Blue Angels, and he was so proud. We worshiped our mother. I can picture her so well, reading for hours. She just loved to read, and that had a great influence on me. I went to college at the University of Delaware. Then I taught in the high schools. I got up every single day so excited to go teach. When I married Joe, I took off time to establish myself as the boys' mom. We don't use the term stepmother.
Bo and Hunt said, no, we have a mom and a mommy. Our mommy died. This is our mom. And then along came Ashley. And
our family was complete.
Yep.
When I was growing up, Mom was fun. The headbutting started when I was a teenager. There was some conflicts. She dealt with it by taking up running. She started to basically run marathons.
I never, ever doubted that anything she set her mind to, she could do. I got to hand her her doctorate degree in education at the University of Delaware.
You have. That's all you gotta do.
Well, let's turn it positive, so you will pass it.
I would say she's not your average grandmother.
Yeah.
She, she's the grandmother who wakes you up at 5 a.m. on Christmas Eve to go soul cycling.
Yeah,
So,
literally. We have a lot of stories.
yeah, she's a prankster.
Yeah.
She's very mischievous. When she goes on a run, sometimes she'll find a dead snake and she'll pick it up and put it in a bag and she'll use it to scare someone.
That's a classic Jill. She wasn't really a Washington person, and I don't think ever imagined herself being part of that.
When Joe was elected to vice president, I just thought, hey, I got to step it up here because there are things that I really care about. Having had a father in the military, having a son deployed in Iraq, I saw the need to support military families.
Dr. Biden could draw anyone in, and they felt like they were talking to an old friend. That is one of her superpowers.
When she was second lady, Jill told me that she would like to continue teaching at community college. And I said, that's insane. You cannot possibly do that.
I said, I know I can do both jobs.
I never saw her on any day of the week where she wasn't carrying a huge stack of papers to grade.
As second lady, she was teaching full-time for 8 years, 15 credits a semester.
These were students who wanted to be in your classroom, and I saw their tenacity, and they were taking care of children, just like I had done.
She gave 100% from her energy to the students. She's a great teacher.
Teaching is not what Jill does, it's who she is. Jill just simply cares. She cares about other people.
When Bo was diagnosed with brain cancer, nobody knew what we were going through. The Secret Service, you know, they're not supposed to react to your life or what you're doing. They would whisper, I'm praying for you.
Mom, it's your strength that holds this family together. And I know that you will make us whole again.
You never stop grieving, ever. But you do have to find purpose.
Please welcome my husband, Joe Biden.
Running for president is too tough to not be together.
The future First Lady of the United States.
That's right.
There you go.
If Dr. Biden is our First Lady, the country will be getting one of the best humans that we have.
She has been through some really tough things in her own life, and she knows how hard it can be.
The American people in their heart know that she'll fight like hell for them.
We all need community. We need to depend on others for our strength. All American families, we all need each other.
And now, please welcome Dr. Jill Biden.
I have always loved the sounds of a classroom, the quiet that sparks with possibility just before students shuffle in, the murmur of ideas bouncing back and forth as we explore the world together, the laughter and tiny moments of surprise you find in materials you've taught 1,000,000 times. When I taught English here at Brandywine High School, I would spend my summer preparing for the school year about to start, filled with anticipation. But this quiet is heavy. You can hear the anxiety that echoes down empty hallways. There's no scent of new notebooks or freshly waxed floors. The rooms are dark as the bright young faces that should fill them are now confined to boxes on a computer screen. I hear it from so many of you. The frustration of parents juggling work while they support their children's learning, or are afraid that their kids might get sick from school. The concern of every person working without enough protection. The despair in the lines that stretch out before food banks. And the indescribable sorrow that follows every lonely last breath when the ventilators turn off. As a mother and a grandmother, as an American, I am heartbroken by the magnitude of this loss, by the failure to protect our communities, by every precious and irreplaceable life gone. Like so many of you, I'm left asking, how do I keep my family safe? You know, motherhood came to me in a way I never expected. I fell in love with a man and 2 little boys standing in the wreckage of unthinkable loss, mourning a wife and mother, a daughter and sister. I never imagined at the age of 26 I would be asking myself, how do you make a broken family whole? Still, Joe always told the boys, Mommy sent Jill to us, and how could I argue with her? And so we figured it out together in those big moments that would go by too fast, Thanksgivings and state championships, birthdays and weddings, in the mundane ones that we didn't even know were shaping our lives, reading stories piled on the couch, rowdy Sunday dinners and silly arguments, listening to the faint sounds of laughter that would float downstairs as Joe put the kids to bed every night, while I studied for grad school or graded papers under the pale yellow kitchen lamp, the dinner dishes waiting in the sink. We found that love holds a family together. Love makes us flexible and resilient. It allows us to become more than ourselves together. And though it can't protect us from the sorrows of life, it gives us refuge, a home. How do you make a broken family whole? The same way you make a nation whole. With love and understanding, and with small acts of kindness, with bravery, with unwavering faith. You show up for each other in big ways and small ones, again and again. It's what so many of you are doing right now for your loved ones, for complete strangers, for your communities. There are those who want to tell us that our country is hopelessly divided, that our differences are irreconcilable. But that's not what I've seen over these last few months. We're coming together and holding on to each other. We're finding mercy and grace in the moments we might have once taken for granted. We're seeing that our differences are precious and our similarities infinite. We have shown that the heart of this nation still beats with kindness and courage. That's the soul of America Joe Biden is fighting for now. After our son Beau died of cancer, I wondered if I would ever smile or feel joy again. It was summer, but there was no warmth left for me. 4 days after Beau's funeral, I watched Joe shave and put on his suit. I saw him steel himself in the mirror, take a breath, put his shoulders back, and walk out into a world empty of our son. He went back to work. That's just who he is. There are times when I couldn't even imagine how he did it, how he put one foot in front of the other and kept going. But I've always understood why he did it. For the daughter who convinces her mom to finally get a breast cancer screening and misses work to drive her to the clinic. For the community college student who has faced homelessness and survived abuse, but finds the grit to finish her degree and make a good life for her kids. For the little boy whose mom is serving as a Marine in Iraq, who puts on a brave face in his video call and doesn't complain when the only thing he wants for his birthday is to be with her. For all those people Joe gives his personal phone number to at rope lines and events, the ones he talks to for hours after dinner, helping them smile through their loss, letting them know that they aren't alone. He does it for you. Joe's purpose has always driven him forward. His strength of will is unstoppable, and his faith is unshakable, because it's not in politicians or political parties or even in himself. It's in the providence of God. His faith is in you, in us. Yes, so many classrooms are quiet right now. The playgrounds are still. But if you listen closely, you can hear the sparks of change in the air. Across this country, educators, parents, first responders, Americans of all walks of life are putting their shoulders back, fighting for each other. We haven't given up. We just need leadership worthy of our nation, worthy of you, honest leadership to bring us back together, to recover from this pandemic and prepare for whatever else is next. Leadership to reimagine what our nation will be. That's Joe. He and Kamala will work as hard as you do every day to make this nation better. And if I have the honor of serving as your First Lady, I will too. And with Joe as president, these classrooms will ring out with laughter and possibility once again. The burdens we carry are heavy, and we need someone with strong shoulders. I know that if we entrust this nation to Joe, he will do for your family what he did for ours. Bring us together and make us whole. Carry us forward in our time of need. Keep the promise of America for all of us.
Great job. God, I love it. How are you? Hey, everyone. I'm Jill Biden's husband. As you heard tonight, excuse me, you can see why she's the love of my life, the rock of our family. She never gives herself much credit, but the truth is, she's the strongest person I know. She's a backbone like a ramrod. She loves fiercely, cares deeply. Nothing stops her when she sets her mind to getting something right. And you know, for all of you out there across the country, just think of your favorite educator who gave you the confidence to believe in yourself. That's the kind of First Lady this Jill Biden will be. God love you.
So go to joebiden.com to join our campaign.
Thank you all for watching. I'll see you soon. Thank you.
A personal testimonial from Joe Biden's wife and an appearance by the now official Democratic nominee. We also saw more high-profile Republican endorsements tonight and a charming new spin on the roll call vote. You're watching live coverage of the Democratic National Convention. I'm Libby Casey, joining you tonight from the Washington Post newsroom. With me this evening, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, and national political reporter James Hohmann. Good to see you both. Rhonda Colvin, what were the highlights tonight?
Well, I think if we start in reverse, I think Jill Biden definitely made the state for Joe Biden being a very everyman. He's a working person. He understands working people's needs. She's a working woman. She's still teaching and taught as she was second lady. And she came across very relatable. And I think that that was a strong point for the DNC to end on this evening. Another takeaway, of course, was the roll call. We weren't sure when we began the show in our pre-show, we weren't sure how that was going to turn out. You know, the way it went, and we got a tour of America, it may be something that they might implement in future DNCs. And we also heard from states about what specific issues they're facing, whether it be the coronavirus, whether it be internet access, whether it be in Ohio, the Lordstown plant, GM plant closing. You know, all of these issues we were able to hear from people and see the locations, and it kind of was a nice moment there in the beginning. So those are two takeaways I had.
All right, let's go to James Hohmann. James, the effort tonight was to get America more familiar with the Joe Biden biography. He is someone that I think a lot of people know. They know he was the vice president with Barack Obama. They may know some time about his time as a senator from Delaware. But what was the lift tonight, and did they achieve it?
They did achieve it. I think we saw a good picture of Biden. That was a very human moment at the end there. And you know, it was charming to watch Biden officially become the nominee sitting in the school library. And in the videos, were canned, but they were sweet, and they showed this story of this couple that is clearly in love, but also has gone through so much together over the last half century, and I think in a kind of rounding that out, we saw the personal side of Joe Biden, but we also saw the experiential side of Biden. You had people talking about Bill Clinton, how he's known him for half a century, and Jimmy Carter said Biden was the first senator to support me when I ran for president in 1976. Then with Colin Powell and John Kasich last night, you saw these validators, John Kerry, filling in the blanks to show, Biden may not have been on your radar if you're watching at home, but he has been at the forefront of the national security firmament since the 1970s.
James, national security was a key component tonight. And, we've heard a message of Joe Biden's empathy. We've heard a message from Michelle Obama last night calling for empathy across the country. But what we heard tonight was a counterpoint to that as well, toughness. And some of those people in the national security video in particular, right after John Kerry spoke, tried to emphasize that he can make the tough calls. He can be the adult in the room. We also saw Marie Yovanovitch in that video, a face familiar to all of us who watched the impeachment procedure against Donald Trump quite closely.
Yeah, and even at the very end there, just before they wrapped up for the night, we saw Joe Biden stand up and say, "My wife has a ramrod backbone," and I do think Americans want toughness. Our Washington Post ABC News poll that we released yesterday shows that Biden has some work to do on projecting toughness and strength. And I think that was a weakness that they were trying to fill tonight. They obviously, Biden's in good shape on handling the coronavirus. You saw him kind of virtue signaling the way he was holding his mask there at the end. And so I think that you're absolutely right. That was a deliberate decision to project that Biden is tough, because that's such a central part of President Trump's ethos. And so to compete on that ground, I think that they did accomplish that, especially because, as you know, not only was Marie Yovanovitch, but Brett McGurk was a George W. Bush appointee, Colin Powell, George W. Bush Secretary of State, and so it's those validators. Traditionally, Republicans have had a strength on national security issues, saying Biden is very much in the kind of the tradition of a John McCain style foreign policy hawk, not maybe your grandfather's Democratic Party.
Rhonda, we just heard James mention John McCain, and we did hear from Cindy McCain talking about the strong relationship between her now deceased husband, John McCain, and the nominee, and talking about their ability to work across party lines and find friendship despite having, very different philosophies of governing.
That's right, and I think it may have injected some nostalgia in this day two of the DNC, where we remember a time when senators did, maybe disagree on a policy that was up on the floor, but went out for dinner afterward. So it kind of painted this picture of there was a time before where we did not have as much polarization, and where two people from different ideologies could come at the end of the day and be friends, have backyard barbecues. We found out or learned that their families knew each other, and they often had a lot of comedy at these backyard barbecues. So we heard from Mrs. McCain about how what Joe Biden meant to her husband, and I think that was very effective. John McCain, he was known as the Maverick, but he was a Republican. So again, it was adding a voice, another Republican voice in this, that's saying that Joe Biden is the person that people need to vote for if they care about the country's future.
Nostalgia is such an important word. James, I'd like to hear you reflect on that, because there was a sense of nostalgia even as the DNC is trying to show that Joe Biden can be a leader into the future, and we did see some of those future leaders tonight. Before we talk about them, however, why is it important to show this bipartisan ability at a time when the nation is so politically fractured?
It is the central rationale of the Biden candidacy, that he can restore the soul of America. So often, Libby, during the primaries, Biden was ridiculed by his more liberal opponents for saying that he can work across the aisle, that he can cut deals with Republicans, that he can break the fever on Capitol Hill. He loves to tell the story of President Obama sending him to the Senate to get 3 Republican votes for the $900 billion stimulus package in 2009, and how he was able to deliver And, there are a lot of people on the left who see that as really naive, but there are a lot of suburban moderates who, in many cases, voted for Mitt Romney, maybe even voted for Donald Trump in 2016, who desperately want to break that fever. And they don't want, the kind of ideological street fighting, knife fighting that has become so commonplace in Washington. And, 4 years ago, Trump was able to run on saying, let's blow up Washington, let's drop a bomb. And Biden saying, he's not talking about a political revolution. He's talking about sort of a making, a pragmatism, making Washington work again. And so that's why having the Cindy McCain video, even though she didn't endorse him, is so important, because it signals to those voters, and Arizona is a critical swing state, and McCain is actually not very popular among kind of hard right Republicans right now. But in Maricopa County, the kind of the Phoenix and its suburbs, that's a state that John McCain, was very popular in. It's a state that Biden could win. And that Cindy McCain testimonial, I think, is kind of creates a permission structure in a lot of ways for those kind of disaffected moderate Republicans to be able to vote for Joe Biden. And as John Kasich said last night, I know a lot of Republicans and independents are afraid that he'll lurch to the left, but I know him and I've known him for decades, and he's going to govern as a pragmatist. So that, you see a lot of kind of progressives complaining that there's so much outreach to Republicans compared to, someone like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. But that's also part of this convention, is people who are tuning in, uneasy with Trump, but not sold on Biden. And I think they've put their best foot forward in terms of trying to persuade those folks.
James Hohmann, Rhonda Colvin, stay with us. You're watching live coverage from the Washington Post. Dave Weigel joins us when we return.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, joining you tonight from the Post newsroom. Joining me now by phone from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, political reporter Dave Weigel, author of the Trailer newsletter. Dave, what's going on in Wisconsin?
Very little. The party actually took pains to get people not to come. I wasn't insulted, but they really downscaled everything that was a public facing. And you've read about that locally and nationally, how a lot of businesses that were hoping for some, not just some, but a week of business are kind of quiet. They're closing off normal times, but the media is not really in the convention center. So the speeches you saw tonight that were clearly live and from that Wisconsin center is a place that really one reporter a day goes into. And in terms of the conversation on the streets, it's a very Democratic city, and people are talking a little bit more about the baseball season than they are about the convention.
What were your takeaways tonight, Dave? How are you tuning into what's going on, and how are you connecting with some of the Democratic operatives? And what were your big takeaways tonight?
Well, Democrats I've found are fairly happy about this. I mean, there is some static every day, but it's hard to get. I mean, everything went wrong for the party in the end, 2016. But a thing that went wrong kind of early was the convention. They had a hacked email release, the first of three of them, during a convention. They had the resignation of the party chair. They had a very low bar to climb over, and despite all the complications, they think this is fine. I mean, one of the biggest controversy of the day is some people wishing that Bill Clinton wasn't speaking. And that's not a fight the party loves to have, but not much dissent. And when I've talked to activists in the city and delegates in the city, maybe a mixture of Biden and Sanders delegates, though Biden did very well here in the primary, none of them are interested in voting third party. They're all pretty happy about the legal efforts to get Kanye West and the Green Party off the ballot. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like an overjoyed party, but it is very unified.
Tonight was such an interesting experience to watch that roll call. And we did hear, of course, the nomination of Bernie Sanders. That was the moment that we heard from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Talk to us, Dave, about this unity moment, unity being the theme of the convention this year. Democrats, of course, very aware of what happened 4 years ago. What did it mean to see two people nominating Bernie Sanders tonight, and then everyone going through that process of the roll call vote?
Yeah, well, again, mostly virtual. I mean, you saw Bernie Sanders carry the roll call in the background of the Vermont count. I mean, the person announcing Vermont's delegate vote was Lieutenant Governor who's running for governor, who's a Sanders ally. But Sanders has, twice run for president, twice lost. The last time and this time did not release his delegates. It demanded and got a roll call vote because the party is concerned enough about his supporters. And look, they're not just supporters of him personally. They're ideological activists. They're concerned with people feeling that the convention, the process is unfair. So they let them have it. It was very low key. What was more important to Sanders supporters was the party extended for the limitations on superdelegates. So, I mean, it almost passed without notice, but if you look at that vote count on the floor, the tickers you were seeing, that was just the pledged delegates. I mean, superdelegates did not vote on this because they didn't need to. There was no convention for them to be voting at. So they're fairly happy, and Sanders got a couple of concessions. Now, there's some anger today that the party took language out of the platform, committing it to getting rid of fossil fuel subsidies, which was strange because Biden is for that, and Biden's taken some heat for Republicans for it. So there's, I think, an element of paranoia and of liberal Democrats wanting Trump gone, but being ready for a backstab at the last minute if Biden wins. Or not the last minute, being ready the way they think that, there are a lot of Harleys in Milwaukee, if you read a local color. they get being ready as they were with Jimmy Carter, as they were with Bill Clinton and Barack Obama for a Democratic president to get elected and not do everything they want. So you hear not much talk about how we protest Joe Biden. You do hear the second he wins, what's our strategy for pressuring him as far left as possible?
All right, David Weigel, watch out for those motorcycles there, my friend. It's good to talk with you. I wish we were seeing you in person, but thanks for being in Milwaukee, and we'll check in with you soon.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll see you somewhere.
Somewhere, yes. I'm missing you on the campaign trail. Let's go back to James Hohmann, who's in Wilmington, Delaware, the other site of where some of the activity is happening, and certainly where more activity will be happening tomorrow night and the following night as we see Kamala Harris and Joe Biden make their speeches from Wilmington. James, I do want to talk to you about these emerging Democratic faces, and we saw at the very beginning of tonight, right off the bat, we saw this roundup of new leaders in the Democratic Party giving this keynote address that was unusual in format in that it was chopped up. It was like what you'd see on like YouTube or on social media. Very different than the traditional address that we're used to seeing from, typically one of the emerging leaders of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, Libby, there was no breakout moment. There's no one who was kind of like, oh, wow, that will be remembered a decade from now. They were all kind of reading off the same script. But we will see a lot of those people again. I am certain of it, and I've covered several of those people. Some are already kind of important. Brendan Boyle from the Philadelphia suburbs is a kind of a close Biden friend who was one of his first endorsers, and if Biden wins, will be a kind of a one of his key allies in the House. But we saw the Florida Agriculture Commissioner. She's the highest ranking Democrat in Florida. Obviously a critical battleground, and she's someone who's going to run for higher office in Florida someday. So it was an introduction of sorts, and it was a reflection, just like the roll call vote, of the diversity of the Democratic Party, the rising American electorate, and it's a reflection of who's getting involved, who's running for office. One of the remarkable stories of the 2018 midterms was the number of young faces, Latinx, Asian American, immigrants, women, transgender, and so I think that the 18 keynote speakers sort of captured that milieu.
Well, the convention today aimed for moments of charm and patriotism, even in the middle of this coronavirus pandemic. And you might have noticed those familiar convention floor lollipops that we're used to seeing on the convention floor. Instead, those vertical banners were in every state in this virtual tour. Rhonda Colvin, that was a touch of what is familiar, even as we saw, a very different roll call vote. I think a lot of people were worried the roll call vote would be really sort of tedious tonight and not sure how the virtual nature of it would work out. But instead, it really showed the breadth of America.
That's right. It really did show the breadth of America and a lot of diversity. It started off with Alabama, and you saw the aerial of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, which was the site of Bloody Sunday, which we learned a lot about in the last few weeks after the death of Representative John Lewis. And then you saw all sorts of places, Guam, the U.S. Virgin Islands. You saw, I mentioned Ohio and the Lordstown there. Tim Ryan, the congressman who was also in the presidential race, introduced that state's votes. So you saw a great idea of what America is like right now, who's in America. Minorities and people of color will likely make up a large block of votes in this next election, especially young voters, first-time voters. So I think we just saw a tour of what America looks like, and it had the reminiscent scene of the convention floor with the lollipops in the back, but that was pretty much the only similarity that would have been from an in-person convention. I thought it was a nice touch, but again, I think they may want to implement that in future DNCs because it was really interesting.
Well, the charm of that roll call vote was not lost on Senator Kamala Harris. Rhonda, her husband tweeted this photo of her watching on the couch with the caption, "Kamala is loving this roll call," and that image really reflects a generational change, seeing a presumptive vice presidential nominee, now a vice presidential nominee, as an American on the couch, just like a lot of viewers tonight wearing a college hoodie. And Rhonda, that represents Howard University, her alma mater, and an historically Black university, trying to show sort of the authenticity of that moment there, Rhonda.
Right, that's true. She's not dressed up at all. She probably looks like most Americans watching the DNC right now and how we all might look while we're working from home. So yeah, she is kind of striking a very relatable chord there with what most Americans appear like right now. And she's wearing her Howard hoodie, and that is a school very close to her heart. She also in the Senate has pushed through extra funding for HBCUs, so that certainly is a matter that she cares a lot about. So it's funny to see her on a couch watching this when tomorrow is her night and when she'll be taking center stage.
Well, for a look at what tomorrow holds, let's go to Joyce Koh, who joins us live here in Washington in front of the White House. Joyce, what are we expecting for tomorrow?
Well, Libby, tomorrow night the DNC has given the theme A More Perfect Union. So tomorrow we'll be hearing from some prominent names, among them former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Senator Elizabeth Warren, Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers, New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, former Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords, Vice Presidential nominee Kamala Harris, and former President Barack Obama. So a lot of big names tomorrow night, especially prominent female Democrats will be speaking, and it will be the second time that we'll be hearing from Kamala Harris publicly after she has gotten that vice presidential pick from Joe Biden. Libby?
Great. Thanks so much, Joyce. Look forward to talking with you again tonight. Let's go back to Rhonda Colvin for final thoughts before we wrap things up this evening. Rhonda, what is the pivot here as we look towards tomorrow?
Well, all eyes will be on Kamala Harris. We saw her last week when she accepted the invitation to be the vice president pick for Joe Biden, but tomorrow we're going to hear from her in her own words, and I think everybody is anticipating what that might look like. So that's something to tune in for tomorrow. And I'd also like to note from today's takeaways, we didn't talk much about it right now, but the DNC included a lot of talk about Joe Biden's work with healthcare, and we learned a great deal about how that's really been the bedrock of his entire campaign as a senator, also as a vice president, and now as a presidential nominee. So that was one point that I wanted to touch on about tonight as well.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, Rhonda. And healthcare, looking at both what they think Joe Biden can do and what he can represent, but also looking at who has suffered because of the healthcare system currently and who's suffering because of the pandemic.
That's right. We heard from voices, just average Americans who have talked about fear of losing their health care. They've talked about what the ACA did for them. So instead of talking about policy in strict terms and how he's worked with policy when it comes to health care, we saw actual people talk about how it affected them. So that probably was an effective part of this programming tonight, is to look at what Joe Biden has done with the ACA and health care and watch how it's affect real live people.
All right, Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much. Let's go to James Hohmann for final thoughts as we close out tonight's broadcast. James, we're halfway through this Democratic National Convention. The key for the Democrats is to keep people coming back for more.
Yeah, and so tonight was a very much a biographical night about Biden. You know, one of the things I was struck by during the roll call vote that we haven't talked about is how many of the speakers who announced their state delegates had lost children in tragic circumstances. You know, whether it was Matthew Shepard's parents from Wyoming or the parent from El Paso who lost their child in the Walmart shooting last year, and then Jill Biden sort of tying it together and saying, you know, that's who it's defined Joe, and that's what kind of president Joe will be, is looking out for these people. Tomorrow, we're not going to hear from the Bidens, at least in a prominent way. We will again on Thursday, but to keep people coming back for more, I think that there is kind of this tug of war for the programmers between throwing red meat at the base and attacking Donald Trump, even if it's Republicans doing the attacking, and making the case for Joe Biden. And you'll see, we're told, Barack Obama do that tomorrow night. Kind of Biden was a little, we're told, disappointed that Obama didn't give him kind of a heartier endorsement after he clinched the nomination compared to what he gave for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. And I think that the Obama speechwriting team is trying to compensate for that a little bit. And so you'll see President Obama tomorrow night lay it on pretty thick and talk about what a great governing partner Joe Biden was during their 8 years in the White House together.
You bring up such an important point, James. So many of those vignettes from the states and territories were really joyful. It was great to see, you know, America, especially at a time when we can't travel and most of us are on our couches, just like that photo of Kamala Harris. But there were some really poignant moments. Family in Iowa talking about the devastation there from the recent derecho. And as you point out, other families that have suffered loss, which connects with the Biden narrative. I'm interested to hear and read in your Daily 202 tomorrow what your success rate was for tonight. But final thoughts on how you think the Democrats were able to give a sense of Joe Biden this evening.
I think they gave a very good sense, Libby. I do think that they conveyed that Biden is someone who's not going to represent a radical break with American past, that he's kind of going to be a restorative figure, which is very much what they want to convey to people who are uneasy with Trump but might be uncertain about voting for a Democrat. And he also gave enough, whether it's talking about healthcare or a myriad of other issues, to galvanize Democrats and to emphasize the stakes in this election if Donald Trump wins a second term.
All right, James Hohmann, thank you so much. Thanks also to Rhonda Colvin, David Weigel, and all of our guests this evening. And thank you for watching live coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Please take a moment to subscribe to the Washington Post to support our newsroom so we can bring you more broadcasts like this one. I hope to see you right back here tomorrow night when Senator Kamala Harris is poised to have the biggest audience of her career. I'm Libby Casey. Good night.